life. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I'm pretty much content with just rhyming all day.
Or Digital can instantly share pictures.
I can start.
Hello. I am sorry, but I must interrupt this show. Later, you know what it is. Hey, Ham Solo. It's time, baby. Low. It's turn out we do. Hey. They said we said we it. They said we said we on. They said we said we strong. They said we said we go. We say that you heard right. 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 They said we said we it. They said we said we on. They said we said strong. They said we said we go. We say that you heard right. We say that you heard right. We say that you heard right. We say that you man. I swear that it's imminent. I've been going so hard on my penmanship. About to go in and buy me a whip. And I pull that shit fresh off the dealership. I can leave you in red like an Xbox. Got me laughing at you like you Red Fox. Got you chasing Hot Wheels like a Matchbox. EA running the game and it don't stop. Super cold like I'm playing for Blizzard. Cause you all in my sights like Red Dead Redemption. Never gonna slip on my pimpin'. Better get out my way, bitch, I'm on a mission. Really ain't no competition. I'm steady grilling opposition. I'm get up and ready to win. They can play it how they play, but fuck what you say. I'm getting this money today. Last of us like a dying breed. Down the ride like a noble steed. Fatality moves, I make it bleed. That's on any game, that's on any screen. Shut up and give me your money. They said we so lit. Even if I take an L, we coming back just to show that we don't quit. They said we said we it. They said we said we on. They said we said we strong. They said we said we go.
Okay, there we go. What's cracking? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to TSWS Gaming. That's the channel that you're on right now. I'm your boy Ham Solo 05 Gaming here with you. Good morning, good Monday to everybody that's out there. Whether you're here right now, coming into me live, or if you're coming to me, after we had already streamed. I hope you either have a good day or are having a good day. I'm just kind of kicking it here, doing my show as usual. Let gamers or when gamers speak. It's either one, really. I really need to tap down that the name of the show in particular. But everything's still a work in motion. The only thing I know that's going on is me being here Monday through Friday for y'all, talking about all sorts of things. Whether it happens to be in gaming or maybe a step or two outside of it, but usually for the most part revolving around gaming. I love gaming, so I like talking about it. Come here for I figure it's a good way to start my day to wake up talking about some stuff that I really enjoy doing, really enjoy playing and whatnot. But I mean, there's been quite a bit of other wild things that's been going on outside of gaming, obviously. So if you're big on the college football, that's dwindling down. We finally got the championship contenders. My Texas Longhorns didn't make it. They lost versus Ohio State. Pretty disappointed about that. But my brother's favorite squad, in which the squad he went to school for a long time ago, which was Notre Dame, they are in the national championship playing Ohio State later on this week. So that should be pretty exciting to check out. The NFL playoffs just started. A bunch of teams went down. A bunch of teams advanced as well. Should be an exciting next few weeks in college football. Tyson Fury recently just retired. Cat Williams just had a wild stand-up talking about Jamie Foxx. I mean, there's been some wild stuff going on. Then, of course, there's, the fires that are going down in California right now, which are, of course, pretty sad. Man. So, I mean, there's plenty of things going on around the world right now. And here I am just here with you today to talk about gaming, because that's my shtick. That's what I care about. That's what I like a lot. So that's what I'm up in here doing. But, I mean, there's a few things that we could talk about today, for instance, we could definitely talk about more Xbox games going over to PlayStation. I kind of feel like I'm saying the same thing almost every other podcast talking about that. But, that's definitely interesting because there's some, I shouldn't say found information, but there's new information from other people. As you see, I'm not saying anything's confirmed or anything yet, because it seems like this person that told us this last year is telling us other games, which are which the games that they told us last year that were coming to PlayStation didn't even arrive yet. So I don't even know like what to think right now with this person. Everyone's referencing this person, but the last time they said something about Xbox giving a game over to PlayStation, they were incorrect. So do I take that person serious? I say take it with a grain of salt until the actual company itself comes out and says what they're going to do. Right? So like wait until Microsoft actually comes out and says, "Hey, we're putting our games over here." They did that with Hi-Fi Rush, they did that with Pentiment, they did that with Sea of Thieves, right? They pretty much, I mean, they came right out and said that about Indiana Jones, or I shouldn't say they came right out. They came out eventually and said that about Indiana Jones, which none of us even had that on the slate, right? Outer Worlds 2, that it's going over the PlayStation. They were loud and proud about that. I'm wondering, like, like, how are they going to come out? Here's the real question, right? How do you come out and just say, "Hey, we're giving our shit to other platforms"? Like, how do you appropriately do that without fucking up what you got going? Which, I mean, obviously they got money coming in. Or do they have money coming in from selling consoles like Nintendo or Sony? Obviously not. Do they have it coming in for all of the video games that they publish? Absolutely. They're making hand over fist for that stuff. Whether it's going to their personal platform or not. So that right there is interesting alone. But the part that kind of has me uncertain, I guess, is how they're going to tell us on a regular basis, if they're going to tell us on a regular basis, how things will be going over to PlayStation or Nintendo. Is there going to be a regular release schedule of it coming a quarter year later, like Indiana Jones is? Or is it going to be like, I don't know, today we're feeling like Starfield is drying up and we want to revitalize it, so let's put it out on PlayStation. Like, how are they doing that? But you can't do that with everything, obviously, right? You can't just say, "Hey," I mean, you can, I guess, but I think it'd be kind of weird to be like, "Hey, we're gonna put out Halo 6 months after Xbox had it." Here's the weird thing about that, because you're saying that, hey, it's going over to another platform, but hey, you're not going to get it, so we're not going to even see the money right away, but we'll eventually see them. I guess that would be an interesting way to kind of check out the temperature in the room to see, am I really garnering more players by giving them that gap of exclusivity, or am I just wasting my time? Somebody like, "Oh no, it's Alex," would definitely say, "Hey dude, you're wasting your time. What's the point of the 6 month exclusivity," right? Compared to some people that are like very much, "I don't want to share nothing," that are like, 6 months isn't even that long. It's not long enough. It's not good enough. We would like it a couple years just so we can make sure that we're getting everything out and Xbox players are, completely taken care of. It's weird. Shout out to Fuzzy Tomato. Good morning. Welcome. Good to see you here. I know I don't know who I'm all talking to, but I know I'm just talking. I'm just having a good time talking, spitting, doing that shit. I always forget to hit the rest to start the rest of them. So I just started over on Rumble and Twitter as well just now. Hopefully you guys are getting this feed and checking it out. But Fuzzy Tomato says multiplayer games need to be everywhere possible if you want them to be successful. And I think that's true, right? I mean, that makes sense. Like let's take away the name of these games right now and just put game A in game B. Okay? Game A is only for one platform, right? So game A gets put for one platform, and that's the platform that you can play it on. Sure, does it drive consumers to then want to purchase that platform? Maybe, right? But the attachment rate on people purchasing a new platform to play said game is kind of small compared to game B that's being built for all platforms. Okay? Game A can be successful if it's amazing. Correct. But I personally think no matter how amazing game A is, it's going to have a hard time getting past game B, where game B could possibly be all right. Game A is much better than game B, but since game A is only on that one platform, the game B that's everywhere, that could possibly make just as much, if not more money than the great game because it's only on that one platform. And a lot of people would be like, well, how would that work? How would that work? How is that a bad thing? And I'm not saying, hey, maybe it's not a bad thing, right? Maybe it's good to have your game only on your platform. That's good for popularity. But I'm not sure how good that would be if the whole point of you being in the business is to make money. If the whole purpose of you being here is to make money, then keeping it on your specific platform isn't really very helpful. Especially as much as things are kind of going everywhere, right? You can't say, hey, we're going to go over and, be playable in more places and then constantly kind of put yourself in a box and say, oh, nobody can. But not this one. That's when you then confuse consumers. Because then they're like, oh, I came to you to get this because you said you were getting everything or you were giving out everything, and now you're not. But see, the weird thing about this situation in particular is I feel like for Sony, I'm not for Sony, but for Microsoft, they could totally just be like fucking around with their competition. Right? We're giving you so much content that when we slow down, it actually hurts you. Or whenever I do it like this, it makes people think of you less. I know a lot of people, including myself sometimes, because I'm not going to say I'm not guilty of this, but I know a lot of people, we don't think how much perception can be swayed off of something so minuscule. I think a lot of us think of things black and white and forget that there is gray to most things. All right. Well, that was an interesting way to start off today's show. That was an interesting way to start out today's show. So remember the game. I'm not sure if I talked about it very much. But there's a game that I was kind of looking forward to that's supposed to be coming out, I believe, next week. It's called, let's see if here it is right here. Change screens. So here's the game right here. Dynasty Warrior Origin. I was pretty excited for this game. I thought that I was going to be day one to this game. And then I looked, and then, like, you know, I played the demo to it, and the demo, in my opinion, was really good. But here's where I ran into the problem. And I'm not sure if you can read that right there, but this person, Nefario, asked if there's any co-op, in which this person replies saying nope. And if you know me at all, I'm really big into co-op games. Co-op games is like it was like the draw to be able to play video games in the first place, right? I know a lot of people love video games because it's like it's them, the screen, and, you know, a ton of, you know, imagination and a good time. But to me, video games were about sharing an activity and working together. And then it became more of a single person effort to me. But it grew on me as a thing to do with other people. Something like whether it was Mario and taking turns, Mortal Kombat and whooping each other's ass, Terminator and shooting, you know, all the robots all over the screen on the OG Sega, if you remember that ridiculous point and click Terminator's game back in the day. Classic, old school. I loved it though. Terminator was my joint back in the day. But this game, yeah. I mean, it seems all right, but I'm used to Dynasty Warriors being a co-op game that I can play with other people. And seeing that it's not, it kind of turns me off. Now, it's really interesting here that IGN's giving it a 9, right? They put, if Dynasty Warriors Origin is meant to be a new beginning, it's one that gets off to a masterful start. And the gameplay in the game is pretty dope. Like, I can't even front. I was playing the game. Like I said, I played the demo, and I enjoyed it. I didn't realize when I was playing it that it was only single player. I just was playing it just to play the game. And here's where it's a me problem and not a game problem, right? Because I have my expectations of what I want this game to be, and then this game gave me the reality of what it is. And it's not even the fault of the game as much as it's an expectation fault of me. And I feel like a lot of people like to shit on developers and hate on, publishers and whatever for them not making a game that you yourself have envisioned. I envisioned a game where me and my homeboy are running all over the place, getting thousands of kills. That's what I envisioned. What the game said is, you can do that all by yourself. And we're going to actually put in different combat to where it feels more meaningful. Because I will say the fighting in the game feels more meaningful. It feels like the moves that you select are more purposeful. And they do much bigger and exciting damage than they did in prior games. But something, I guess, had to be sacrificed. If they're going to add all these new things to the game, then something's got to come out. Maybe they've seen data that I didn't see. More people are playing this single player than people are playing this multiplayer. Maybe that's the reality of the situation that I don't want to swallow and accept. Right? It's like a big time Halo person saying Halo's number one, Halo's number one, Halo's number one. And then you go look at the Steam charts and you're like, it's not number one. It's number one to me. Well, it doesn't matter what you think. Because it's just, that's not the reality. It's your reality, but it's not the reality. So let's see a little bit more of what they had to say in this review, because I find it interesting, right? I was hyped for the game and then lost hype. Meanwhile, other people or sources, as you see, are still raving about this game. So the review, the little mini thing that they put right here, which I'll read, and then I'm actually going to tap into the whole review. Maybe they have a little bit of gameplay where you guys can see the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. Maybe I can explain a little bit more, yada, yada, yada. But anyways, this little piece says, this doesn't just have the largest amount of enemies the series has ever thrown on screen at once, it also deepens its combat, improves its storytelling without getting in the way of the action, and provides a healthy amount of replayability and post-game content. All right. The replayability for me back in the day was the ability to play co-op. But maybe they have a different version of what replayability is for them. So let's actually check out some of the video.
Kingdom's novel has inspired countless adaptations, to the point where it can be hard to make these now familiar characters and stories fresh again. But after spending 60 hours with Dynasty Warriors Origins, its rebooted tale of politics.
And they're not lying when they said this is like the most enemies that you can get to fit on screen and stuff like that. I was playing it, and when I was doing massive moves that were killing, like, not even kidding, like hundreds of people at a time, it felt so satisfying. Like, I'm not gonna even front. Like, that was a very satisfying feeling. Let's continue to hear what they gotta say though.
War and diplomacy felt almost as new as the first.
Hold on. And before I continue, I just want to let you guys know that those of you that are new here, if any of you are, you can always join the conversation. It's in the description below. The link is, but if you do not see it, I will provide it here in just one moment in the chat, just so you can see it for yourself. This is the link to get on the show. If you want to just come in, say something real quick, or if you, wanted to join the conversation and add something that I maybe missed or looked over, you're more than welcome to do that. Just come in here on some ready to talk type shit, not no disrespectful type shit. So anyways, but here's the link to the show if you wish to join. put it in there 3 times, so just pick one of the links, hit it if you want to join. If not, it's all good. As I've said many of times before, I can sit here and do this all by myself for hours, so it's no big deal regardless. Join if you can though. But anyways, continuing on.
Time I discovered it. It ups the scale of its battles beyond what even this series has been known for, with more enemies on screen than ever before to truly create that 1 versus 1,000 fantasy. Pair that with improved visuals, a much deeper and more refined focus on its combat, impressive storytelling, and a wealth of post-game content, and Origins has easily become my favorite Dynasty Warriors yet. With Origins, Koei Tecmo and Omega Force have balanced the scales between story and combat.
Alright.
Unlike previous games, which had you pick a storyline and then swap between legendary lords like Liu Bei, Sun Tzu, or Cao Cao, here you take on the singular role of a brand new character.
All right, so I'm gonna tell you, like, in just a little bit that I played of it in that demo, I wasn't a huge fan of the dialogue. At least it being in English, it felt worse than how a lot of people are talking about Squid Games and their whole in their whole what is it called, dubbing of English. It felt worse. So I don't know. Maybe it's just me, or maybe they listen to it in Japanese.
Created specifically for Origins. The trope of your hero being yet another wandering warrior suffering from amnesia is a bit cliche, but it works surprisingly well. This more focused storyline takes you through the earlier years of the prominent Three Kingdoms characters before their rise to glory, letting you travel across multiple provinces and lend your talents to whichever army needs you. And although I did miss the ability to play as those well-known officers like Guan Yu for entire missions, Origins at least gives you the option to take control of them temporarily in some specific levels, which is a nice compromise. There isn't much choice in the early chapters as you join iconic events like the quelling of the Yellow Turban Army and the rise and fall of Dong Zhuo. But that all changes when you reach the midpoint of the roughly 45-hour, if you take your time to do all the side activities, campaign, as you must choose an alliance and lord to join permanently, which shapes your perspective throughout the rest of the story. I first chose the small but competent Shu clan, following Liu Bei's optimism and selflessness through the highs and lows of his rise to power. Thankfully, after seeing the end of one storyline, Origins makes it very easy to either jump back in and replay any battle you want, or restart from specific points.
Something I've always liked about the Dynasty Warriors games is their kind of innovation of being able to move around in different times, kind of. And here, let me explain part of what I mean. In this current in this current Dynasty Warriors game, you can go back to different parts of a fight if you were doing really well in it, and then that's when shit went bad. Right? It's kind of like Forza, right? Where you rewind back to a time where you were driving okay. Except it's very specific in Dynasty Warriors. So it's like right before or after you got into this battle, before or after you got into this battle, before or after you got into this first battle, or something like that. It almost like chapters up your progress throughout the fight. So then, like, if you did die, or if you messed up or did something wrong, you can go within the parameters of what you already played, you know, in the game during that moment, or during that war, fight, or action setting. So it was I like that a lot about the current Dynasty Warriors, and I believe they had that in some of the past Dynasty Warriors, but I don't really remember it. Like, you gotta remember, Dynasty Warriors has been coming out since I was a little kid. I'm in my mid-30s right now. Since I was a little kid, Dynasty Warriors has been coming out. I remember playing it for the first time on my PS2, and I thought the game was insane. So now, you know, we're at 2025 now, and I'm looking at this game, and although it seems insane, I originally got into Dynasty Warriors because of the co-op, not because of all this other stuff, which is still cool. Yeah,
Points in each chapter, letting you see how the story unfolds when you choose one of the other alliances. Throughout the 5 chapters, there are conversations with allies and a secondary storyline that involves the recovery of your lost memories, slowly explaining the Wanderer's role in the grander tale that unfolds. His story and those with allies are filled with engaging conversations and cutscenes across a large cast of interesting characters, which adds levity and intrigue to help balance out the more exposition-heavy dialogue that focuses on the events of each battle or various betrayals and alliances happening around them. The only real downside and oddity of your main character is that he's often emotionless, and when he does emote, it is extremely subtle, which sometimes hurts the emotional depth of certain story moments. He also doesn't speak except for generic shouts during battle when you dodge, parry, or take down an officer.
You stand on the battlefield of your own volition.
As you encounter other prominent warriors in battles, you will occasionally find them afterward on the world map, allowing you to deepen your bond with them. Each bond has multiple levels, and progressing through them provides bonuses like collectible coins that offer regular rewards as you grow your collection.
And with that, it's good to make your acquaintance.
No one but you has ever provoked such
You'll not only unlock more options as you go, you'll also gain proficiency with each one in order to unlock new combos and stronger abilities. That system encouraged me to keep using weapons I otherwise might not, even if my initial experience with them wasn't great. For example, the Wheels weapon, which is one I've enjoyed in the past, just didn't seem to have the wave clear or damage potential of weapons like the Crescent Blade or Gauntlets when I first unlocked it. But after increasing its proficiency a bit, I eventually discovered its potential in staggering enemy officers and its ability to shred through their defenses. There are 8 additional weapon types to unlock, either by defeating specific generals or purchasing them in shops, and I generally found myself with a new one by the time I had gained 3 or 4 levels of proficiency with my current one, preventing combat from ever getting stale. Each weapon has a distinct identity that fills in nicely for Origin's lack of switching characters, especially when you can swap between them in the middle of a mission to gain proficiency with multiple weapons per stage and adapt to the evolving situation of a battle. While every weapon is designed to work in all situations, there are inherent benefits to using something like the wide-hitting lance against crowds. Meanwhile, whenever I found myself locked in a duel with a powerful foe, it was time to bring out my gauntlets thanks to their ability to easily knock up and juggle my opponents until it was done.
I'm gonna tell y'all, if you ever get into those one-on-one battles, you better just stay on top of them and keep whooping they ass. I'm telling you. Because that little, you can see a bar up top, right? You see that little bar up top that's like blue. It shows you're the blue, they're the red, right? You can see Zhao Yun is partially losing this battle versus you, Jardinarina. I don't know how to say the name correct. But anyways, that power, that power struggle, you need to have that entire side blue, like completely blue, to beat them. And you see that time right under. If you don't get it done in the time limit, you essentially lose. So make sure that you stay on top of them. And I know it says 42 seconds. That sounds like a lot of time, but bro, I'm telling you, the people that you're doing the one-on-ones with aren't like those punk ass or punk fools in the background that you can see in the green, right? They're not soft. They're not weak. They are hard to kill, and they'll block, and you'll end up having to use like everything in your repertoire to actually take down these enemies. It gets pretty tough. It's fun, but it's very engaging, and it can feel pretty grindy. But anyways, make sure you guys hit that like button, please, if you haven't already. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe if you're enjoying this. This is what I do Monday through Friday. I kick back, talk gaming, show off gaming, watch people's reviews on stuff, talk about console war stuff as well, just for fun, not really engaging too much in it, more or less just talking about it. I do all kinds of stuff. do it for y'all. I do it for y'all, and I also do it, keep myself kind of busy during the mornings. Get my daughter up, ready for school, take her to school, and then I don't usually have anything to do until around 11 or noon, between 11 and noon. So I gotta keep myself busy, and I'd rather stay awake instead of going back to sleep, because that does nothing for myself or anybody else. So I'd rather be here with y'all, hanging out, kicking it, talking about games. If y'all want to join the conversation, you can join in the chat, or you can hit the description. There's a link to hop on the show if you have something to say quickly. Yeah. Anyways, keeping it pushing.
Every weapon has its own set of battle arts, which consume a resource called bravery and range from wide sweeping attacks to powerful repeated thrusts to various counterattacks. The more powerful and exciting ones even give you the ability to summon small tornadoes that sweep up enemies, make spires of earth that deal constant damage to anyone touching them, or, one of my personal favorites, create a laser of light fired from your fingertips that can pierce and knock up groups for as long as you hold the button down or until you run out of bravery. Bravery is accumulated by landing hits on enemies, parrying strikes, or perfectly evading attacks after unlocking a specific skill in the skill tree. Parries and perfect evasions look better than ever and come with large benefits in combat. Parrying attacks immediately opens up enemies to counterattacks, ending their combos and making them susceptible to knockups. Meanwhile, perfect evasions generate bravery more quickly as you chain dodges to restore more with each combo. These mechanics add depth to the combat and help keep fights interesting beyond just seeing how many KOs I could get while slaughtering armies. In addition to your battle arts, you also have access to the all-powerful Musou attacks that this series is known for, as well as a rage mode that refills your bravery instantly, restores health on each hit, and enables an even stronger ultimate Musou attack. After all these years, the spectacle of these moves finally match their power. The power fantasy of quickly devastating huge hordes of foes with ease is one of the things I love about Dynasty Warriors, and I'm happy to report that feeling is still alive and well here. However, as you turn up the difficulty, it also becomes increasingly important to utilize defensive options at your disposal, which adds satisfying wrinkles for those who want to face them. Mastering these techniques is important on the higher hero difficulty and essential on the ultimate difficulty that unlocks after completing the main story. There, enemy combos will quickly deplete your health, and the more aggressive AI isn't afraid to attack you from multiple angles at the same time, meaning one wrong move can easily lead to mission failure. I had a blast taking on this added challenge as I replayed previous missions, making enemy officers stronger and healthier, but also dropping higher tiers of rewards.
You really are a dangerous one at once.
Outside of combat, Origins puts you on a gorgeous map filled with mountains, rivers, and forests, giving it the appearance of a living diorama built for strategic planning. That map is filled with numerous markers for missions to complete.
So this map right here is like a lush, beautiful version of whatever the fudge they try to do over on Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Like what they did over on Tiny Tina's Wonderland, I didn't quite understand, nor did I really like. But like this makes more sense, and I think what I didn't like about Tiny Tina's Wonderland is they tried to get funny and goofy with it, and I thought that Borderlands was already fun and goofy when it wasn't like trying to be. Like I enjoyed it when it was, maybe they were trying to be before, but it didn't feel like it was forced, I guess, compared to Tiny Tina's Wonderland, where it's like, all right, this is just goofy. We're just going to be goofy. And I was thinking, you know what? Maybe you guys are good at being goofy. And I figured out they weren't very good at being goofy. They were actually cringy. They're really good at being cringy. And that's what I thought was actually goofy. I thought that was fun, but really it's just all cringy. And I enjoyed some cringe, but not a ton of it. But anyways, this map is looking
skirmishes to take on, resources to collect, officers to talk to, and towns to shop in. In addition to the main story missions, side missions offer rewards like new accessories to boost your stats, while skirmishes are bite-sized 2 to 3 minute encounters that are great for earning extra money or completing the various challenges given to you by other officers. Most of these challenges are easy tasks like killing 100 enemies with strong attacks from a spear, but they were also always worthwhile to complete as they rewarded me with humorous or deeper conversations with some of my favorite characters and provided bonus skill points to unlock the next thing on my skill trees. If Dynasty Warriors Origins is meant to be a new beginning, it's off to a masterful start. It doesn't just have the largest amount of enemies the series has thrown on screen at once, it also deepens its combat, improves its storytelling without getting in the way of the action, and provides a healthy amount of replayability and post-game content, all while looking better than ever. Your amnesiac hero is a bit too much of a blank slate at times, but the impressive ensemble cast made this story sing as I grew to care about the characters around him, big and small. Origins is both a great entry point for newcomers and a triumphant return for veterans like me who felt the last few entries had become stale or missed the mark. It feels like the series I once loved is finally back. For more, check out our reviews of Marvel Rise.
All right. So that is the review for Dynasty Warriors Origins from IGN. My verdict from watching their review is I feel that the person was fairly spot on with it. They were right about the whole combat portion being fresh, nice, feel really good, feel like you're really whooping the hell out of a whole army, right? It felt great. What I felt like this review neglected was telling you about, some of the things that it may be missing that people are traditionally looking forward to for this type of game. Like a big one that is co-op. But the game pretty much does a really good job in a lot of other facets to where it does deserve a high score in my opinion. But am I running out to buy this day one? No. And it's not that this game is like messed up or anything's wrong with it. It's just that I'm looking for something and I realized that I can't get it in this game. I wanted this game to have that co-op piece, so I'd buy it day one, hit up my boy that I play with every night. My boy Matt likes games. I play games every night with him. Last night, we played Far Cry 4 after we beat Far Cry 5, which a few years ago, me and him beat Far Cry 6. So we play quite a bit of co-op games together. We play other games that we played plenty of other games that are co-op every night. We play basketball. I'm a co-op gamer. I love it. So I was thinking, Dynasty Warriors Origins coming out. I'm buying it day one because it's gonna be a co-op experience. And then I find out it's not a co-op experience. I'm not buying it day one. I still want to purchase this game. Don't get me wrong. I'm just not getting it day one. I'm gonna wait until it's on a sale. Why? A lot of people will be like, you're buying it on sale. You're not supporting the developers. Who knows if they make another one and actually put what you want in the game because you didn't completely support the game when it was at full price. And you're right, I did. I didn't support it when it was at full price because it didn't give me exactly what I was looking for. And I'm sorry. Do you go to the store to purchase bread that don't taste to your standard? No. Will you gladly wait until that same bread maker makes what you want to eat? Absolutely. That's what I'm doing. Ain't nothing wrong with Koei Tecmo. I think Koei Tecmo is amazing. They make some good games, but they also have made some games that I'm not quite interested in. Rise of Ronin, not that interested in it. What was that game? Wolong Fallen Dynasty? I love that game. Guess why I loved it? Because I beat it co-op and it was a blast. I played a lot of that game single player, but since it had co-op, it made me want to play it bad, right? Because since it had co-op, I got to play it by myself, get used to it, whoop some ass, get myself all leveled up. So by the time I holler and hit up with my boy, you don't need no help from me. Or like I don't need no help from him, at least. Maybe he needs some help from me. Maybe he needs to understand how to beat the boss, but I'm ready to go. I got the sword ready. You know what I'm saying? I got, I'm ready to dodge, dip, duck, and whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? So that's all that I mean. Like, I'm not saying, hey, don't buy this. I'm not saying that I'm not gonna get it. I'm just saying that I'm not gonna run out of my house super duper excited and say, I need to purchase this now. I would if it was co-op, but since it's not, I'll wait for it to meet me in the middle. Don't listen to these people out here. There's so many people. If you go to Twitter, there's so many people that are telling you to support things that they wouldn't even support. Telling you to pay full price for things that they wouldn't pay full price for. Telling you not to get Game Pass while they've been subscribed all year or for the last few years. And their whole purpose behind it is don't make the mistake I made, but they continue to make the mistake while telling you don't do it. Like, no, I'm telling you, hey, do what's best for you, bro. Do what's best for you. If you think that this nails everything that you asked and you don't care about co-op, perfect. Buy it. Make yourself happy. Don't do it for me. I don't care. I'm not going to think about you when I go to sleep. I'm not going to think about you when I head over to this couch and continue playing games later. I'm not going to think about you when I go pick up food for my kids and my wife at the grocery store. I'm not going to think about you in those moments. And neither are they. So do what's best for you. If you hear something that I say and you find that it's valuable, then by goodness, use your best sense of logic and make a decision based off of that if you want to. But if you make a decision based off of what I say and then you find out it was you never had to listen to me in the first place. You didn't, just like you didn't have to listen to anybody else. You chose to because it felt right at the moment, maybe. I'm telling you to do what's right and actually listen to people that care about you, kind of. Like they don't have to actually send you gifts. They don't have to, give you a membership. They don't have to, give you anything. But if they seem to not have any nefarious, plot to what they're doing, and they're just doing it out of sheer happiness, gratitude, just because they love to do it, and they're being honest with you, like I'd like to think that I'm being as honest and transparent as possible to y'all. I'm not telling y'all, hey, go spend all this crazy money, go buy the most immaculate TV, or else you're not a gamer, or else you can't say anything, or else you got no room to speak. No, I'm the opposite, actually. In fact, I put the Discord server in the description. I put it in the chat. I tell you guys, come on up here if you got something to say. If you got something to say, let it be heard. Let it be known. I'm not running from none of y'all. I'm right here. There's people on Twitter that I've blocked before. If they want to come in here and say something, they're more than welcome to. I just ain't trying to see that shit over there. Because everybody likes to interject and get in between your conversation where they can type something real quick and they don't got an immediate answer. So over there, I ain't trying to hear your bullshit. But right here, if you got time, and you either got a problem, a concern, an update, something positive to say, anything, I'm right here, Monday through Friday, with the link in the description, and here you go. And with the link in the chat. You got a question? You got a problem? Let it be known. Let it be heard. But also be an adult about it. Don't come in here on no crazy shit trying to just be heard and just say something stupid. Anybody can do that. Have a conversation, have fun. But anyways, Dynasty Warriors Origin, as I said before, I'm looking forward to getting it, but just not right away. I'd like to get it on a sale for like $30, $40. I'm not spending no 60, 70 bucks on this because I don't know. I could probably turn on an old Dynasty Warriors, play it with my boy, and have more fun than playing this pristine new version with some of the new stuff that I'll probably have more fun with in the moment. Sure. But when I say, hey boy, hey bro, did you see that shit? He's gonna be like, nah, man, I was playing something else. Nah, man. I guess I could show y'all, but still, I like to experience things together with people. I don't really like to just like all by myself, single player games. I'm cool with that, but that's not the reason I play video games. Anyways, let's move on. I stuck around for this for quite some time. That was a good little game to talk about. Let's see if there's anything else that we can kind of kick back and talk about here. I don't have a schedule today. Usually I come in here with like at least 3 or 4 things to talk about, but today I kind of came in, you know, I forgot to bring my towel with me. I feel naked right now. I feel naked, like, oh shit, like I'm unprepared for today, which is okay. This is authenticity. This is what you'll see with your boy Ham Solo sometimes. Sometimes I just come outside. But anyway, shout out to my brother Game Dev Micah, which I had on here on this channel not that long ago. Me and him talked a little bit about his work that he's done. So this is some of the shit that I showed on the stream a little while ago, but this was one of the games that he was working on. He works in Unreal Engine 5. He does a lot of that stuff. Let me go on ahead and just go to his profile just so you can kind of see who he is. Game Dev Micah right here. You can see name Game Dev Micah. Nanite Niagara plugin. Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, he does a lot of destruction stuff for Unreal Engine games, or he's working on it. So like, it's pretty nuts, some of the stuff that he's worked on. I definitely like to have him come back here in here and describe some more of the stuff that he's done. But anyways, check out this little video that he made. You know, I'm actually going to reach out to bro and see if he's got anything going on this week. Let me reach out to Micah and see what he's up to. Maybe I could have him on. Maybe he can talk a little bit more about either this week or maybe within the next month. I'm going to reach out to him real quick. I'm going to turn this video way down. Like 40 seconds left. All right, and with that being, and with that video being done, I just got done messaging him. So, very good, very good, very good. Oh, actually, I'm gonna send him this stream. Show him that we are. I mean, you guys are gonna see me going to the stream right now, right? I don't care. Oops. Oh, look at that. It popped right up. That's what's up. All right. Copying that right now. All right. We are talking about you now, but maybe we, I don't know. Love to see you come back soon. And then link, bam, done. Right. So yeah, I like talking to people, man. If you haven't known that yet, you should already know. Like, I enjoy talking to people about video games and whatnot. Am I not? What is going on? I should be streaming to Twitter right now, but I'm not sure if I actually am, which is kind of a pain in the ass. I don't think I actually am. I'm gonna stop this and try to start it again. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. But anyways, moving forward. So other games that could be coming. So yeah, Game Dev Mike is somebody I want to talk about because all of the destruction stuff that he has and whatnot. And seeing the new graphics card, like the 5070, the 5080, 5090, that's supposed to be coming out. I know a lot of people are dogging them out because they talked a lot about AI, which, let's go on ahead and let me throw that on the screen real quick. 5,000 series cards. I'm just gonna type that and see. I'm just gonna type that in and see what pops up. So here's what popped up when I typed that in. All right, it says 5,000 series cards. You can see it from GYX Deals right here, showing all the different things with the 4090 being the gray, the 50 series or 5090 being in the green. So it's just with ray tracing along with DLSS plus ray tracing, yada yada yada. So this has been the big thing that people have been complaining about right here, right? DLSS off, full ray tracing on, 26 FPS. And then with DLSS on and ray tracing on, still, because ray tracing was on before, 240 FPS. That's just interesting right there, because a lot of people are really mad at this 5,000 series card, saying that it's. I've heard friends, whether they're right or wrong, I just don't know how to feel about it. I've heard some friends say, I feel like my 4,000 series GPU is stronger than a 5,000 series GPU. And I'm sitting there like, I don't know if you're being serious or not, but I don't think that's the case. It could be the case though. So I'm not completely dismissing them. As I said before, if I'm saying something wrong, or if you know the right answer and you can see that I don't for whatever reason, you're more than free to jump on the show, spit your game, talk your shit, grab your gat, call, click, let you know, or let me know. Better yet, let me know that I'm wrong. But But a lot of people are thinking that their 4000 series card is better than the 5000 series card because of how bro came up on the stage and talked about AI and how beneficial AI is going to be this generation. So it has a lot of people sweating. It has a lot of people thinking that, hey, the 5000 series ain't nothing. The 4000 series is better. And here's some other reasons behind it, right? I had a buddy that's looking at the 5080 and being like, why would I do that when I have a 4080? And keep in mind, you don't have to do that, right? If you have the last generation and you're looking at the new generation, you don't have to do anything. You're probably good. You're probably better than 99.9% of people, right? But if you're an enthusiast, pinky out. If you're an enthusiast and you like to get things that may be unnecessary, but it's necessary for you because you like to do things that are unnecessary, then maybe you're looking at this and you're like, 4080 got 16 gigabytes of VRAM. And then you look at the 5080, you're like, man, I really wouldn't mind doing that. And then you see that that also has 16 gigabytes of VRAM. And then you look and you see that this card is only seemingly more beneficial because of AI in it. Then maybe you're looking at it and saying, is it better than my card? Is it really? My thought process is, yeah, motherfucker, it is better than your card. It is. If it has the same specs, but more, then yes, it is better for your card. Better than your card. Is it worth you trading it? That's where I pause. That's where I pause. All right? That's where I'm like, have you seen benchmarks for it yet? No, neither have I. I don't know what to tell you yet. They did show, a little bit of, hey, this is what the old frame generation kind of looked like versus the new frame generation that has like 3 different generating, like frame generating things happening all at once, which can give you like triple the amount of frame rate. There are some worries that it looks washed out then in the background. Linus actually brought that up. In fact, for fun, let's just go straight to the source himself. Let's see what Linus Tech Tips has to say. Linus Tech Tips 5090. Yep. Let's go straight to it and check it out, right? I already watched it. Let's check it out again.
Not least, they included a couple
because he made the same face that a lot of you guys, or not you guys, but a lot of people that I've ran into have made. Like right at the beginning when he heard bro say, this couldn't have happened without the power of AI. Like that scared a ton of people, including the bro I was hanging out with watching the show with. Like me and him were watching it in a Discord call, right? Just kicking back. Make sure you guys hit the like button if you haven't already. I appreciate y'all for showing up, watching, and talking your shit in the chat. Remember, you can join the show. It's in the description. Or if you scroll the chat, you should be able to see a link somewhere in it where you can invite yourself to the show if you have something to say. But anyways, let's check out this video from Linus. He talks all about the 4090 and also the 5090. I'm gonna try to save y'all's ears though.
The highlight of the NVIDIA keynote for me was when CEO Jensen Huang quipped that if you bought an RTX 4090, that was probably the best investment you could make. I mean, just consider all the entertainment happiness that it could give you. But one small thing, Mr. Huang. When NVIDIA launched the RTX 4090, your stock price was about $1150. So if someone had bought that instead of a 4090 as their investment, well, hey, good news, because they should be able to comfortably afford a 5090 or 10. As for everybody else, well,
That's crazy.
Unfortunately, NVIDIA doesn't take happiness, so you're going to be trading a truly princely sum for the privilege of experiencing their latest and greatest. But affordability aside, this was a heck of an event. NVIDIA kicked it off with the
I don't know why, but I like the
beautiful
NVIDIA
realty
crew. Like,
sum for the privilege of
this guy kept it a buck. He's like, you know what it is, bro. He kept it a buck. He's like, you know what it is, man. Give me that paper. He got Linus. Like, look at the way he looking at Linus like that. Like, bro is taking a side for real. He's like, oh shit. I know they just acting, right? I get that. I get that this is just acting, but bro is selling the part. The bro with the NVIDIA shirt, the bald bro, he is selling the part right now because that's what it looks like in reality, right? That, especially for us customers on the outside looking in, this is what it feels like NVIDIA is constantly doing to us. Just put that shit right there. You know what I'm saying?
experiencing their latest and greatest. But affordability aside, this was a heck of an event. NVIDIA kicked it off with the most beautiful real-time rendered demo that I have ever seen, and then followed it up with a slew of new RTX Blackwell 50 series GPUs with brand new technologies like DLSS 4.0, DLSS Transformer, Neural Faces, and some of the GPUs even have prices that, taken at face value, might actually be kind of exciting. Jensen claimed on stage that the 5070 will offer 4090 levels of performance at $549.
See, and that's the part that, that's a great part for me to pause it at. That's the part that has a lot of people in a kerfuffle right now, right? And in fact, we talked about last time on, I believe it was on Friday. Last Friday, we talked about how somebody was, if you were watching the show last Friday, if you were here last Friday, we were talking about how somebody was going from being a PC player to being a stream, or not a stream, but a cloud gamer, essentially, right? GeForce Now, stuff like that, and how they were only going to use GeForce Now and stuff like that to play their, you know, single player games, and they were going to use their PS5 only for competitive games. Where I thought it was a little wild that they're like, hey, dude, I'm getting rid of my 4070 and I'm getting a 3050 and gonna make a complete workstation of just playing cloud games. I thought that was kind of crazy, but hey, that person's doing what they want to do, and hey, I'm not gonna butt in and tell them that they're stupid because of it, because that's not my life. I don't care. Do what you want to do. Do what's best for you. If what's best for you is getting a 1070 right now and playing Ark Survival Evolved at medium to low settings, then do that. I don't care. That does nothing for me. I don't care. I'm just happy that you're having a good time, and go Ark Survival Evolved. I love that game. But anyways, hit the like button if you enjoy the show. But as I was saying, we talked about the guy that's into cloud gaming that wants to do that. Well, now we're sitting here listening to somebody tell us, you know, the 50 series cards are better than the 40 series cards, which they should be, right? but like, some people are getting angry for, you know, this reason, where you see this guy, where you see Linus saying, hey, this is $549 to get 4090 levels of performance. That pissed off the guy that said, hey, I'm gonna go to cloud gaming now, because he felt like his 4070 was worthless, right? But there's other people that are like on the opposite end of that are like, yo, no, my 4070, 4080, or 4090 is seemingly, or feeling, whether it is or not, stronger or better than getting this 5070 or getting this 50 series card, because they still haven't figured out the VRAM situation, and who the hell needs more fake frames on top of fake frames, right? I don't know. There's there's a lot of misinformation kind of going around comfortably, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating because you want to buy what somebody is saying because, and you know, we as individuals, we as humans want to hear something and just be done with it and move on to the next thing, right? So if it sounds believable, we're willing to believe it until we get tricked enough times into being like, all right, dude, I can't believe anybody now. Now you feel like you're using all this extra time looking for facts. You want to hear something, super frustrating. Just get done with it and move on to the next. You gotta mute yourself, Spartan. I can hear myself. You gotta mute me. I mean, I don't like telling people to do that about me, but you're gonna have to mute me if you're gonna come in here and talk.
All right, can you hear me now?
Good morning, General Spartan. Welcome here for the second week in a row that you're coming through. I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah. Like I said, when I'm laying off, I got time.
Nah, brother, I appreciate it. I'm happy that you're coming in here. You can kick it for a little while if you want. I'm just watching this video and talking about the 50 series cards. But did you have anything that you wanted to throw out?
Oh yeah.
What's cracking?
No, also I just saw it this morning from you ever heard of the developer Rebel Wolves?
Rebel Wolves. What game do they make?
It seems they're a new developer. It seems it's sprung from people from CD Projekt Red that did Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk.
Okay, so no, I haven't heard. No, I don't know anything about them.
They're unveiling a new game called Dawnwalker this afternoon around 3.
They're building a new game around 3, or they're showing a new game around 3?
They're showing it. They're unveiling the game.
Oh, okay. Let me check them out. What was that? Let me minimize this real quick. I'm gonna show everybody what you're talking about while we're talking about it. So what's the what are they called? Rebel what?
Rebel Wolves. If you go to Twitter or X, just type in the name Dawnwalker, and it will show.
I got it up on the screen. You're a little behind. If you're watching the stream, you're a little behind. So, but I'm here already. Rebel Wolves is at Rebel Wolves Devs, game dev studio built on talent, ambition, and love for role-playing games. Creators of Dawnwalker game, a dark fantasy story-driven action RPG. If you click on this, it takes you to the actual game Twitter, which is at Dawnwalker Game. You scroll down a little bit, and they say on January 13th, which is today, and they put they said this back on December, so this is not something that they just posted. This is something that's finally come to fruition. So thank you, General Spartan, for letting us know this. I'm gonna read this real quick, and then I'm gonna let you go on ahead and spit your game. But Dawnwalker, they tweet out on January 18th under the next full moon. Oh my goodness. Gather around at Dawnwalker Game Twitch channel to hear about Vale Sangora, its turbulent history, natural landscape, and secret inhabitants. Witness the premiere of a CGI trailer serving as the game's opening. Learn about the game's pillars and main concepts. Have a tiny first glimpse into its gameplay and much more. I'm gonna ask you, oh shit, and then right under that tweet, Xbox put, we're there. So, and that's mad interesting. I haven't heard about this. Can you go on ahead and maybe throw out some information that I may have not said within reading all of this? Go on ahead, brother.
From what I'm thinking, is most likely going to be similar to The Witcher, but from what they mean is from like their dev site, they said they want to create a game that is fun. So hopefully it's not as like painfully and insanely frustrating as The Witcher 3, because like when I played it on back in 2015 when I tried my first run on PS4 back in 2015 around launch, I got pretty deep, but the first boss of the Wild Hunt creamed me. I mean, I got my ass whooped and I didn't come back. But I'm gonna probably give it a second run on the Xbox with the 60 FPS mode. I think they have on Series X and S.
Okay.
But right now I'm just trying to get this Model L leveled up in COD Black Ops 6 and finish the campaign, and I can get that game deleted because it's
Dude,
taking
I
like
need to
2
finish that damn campaign to that game. It's not even that long, but it's taking me the longest out of all campaigns to finish. And I don't get it.
Yeah.
I really don't get it. I beat Stalker. I beat Dragon Age. I beat Metaphor. I beat fucking, what is it, Bioshock 1 and 2. I beat Far Cry 5. And some reason I can't slip fucking Call of Duty somewhere in there, and it's only like a 5-6 hour campaign.
Yeah, I know. And last game I actually beat was, let me see, I beat the last year. I beat Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2.
Yep, beat that too. That's great.
And I beat the what's that damn DLC from Diablo 4? That expansion, Vessel of Hatred. I beat that expansion.
I did
I
not beat Vessel of Hatred. I didn't beat that. I actually beat the game of Diablo, the original game, you know, like when you get into the boat or whatnot. You know what I'm talking about? I did that, and I haven't been back.
Yeah, Vessel of Hatred takes place after that. But oh my goodness, that DLC is tough.
Like it's hard or tough as in dope or both?
Oh, it's both. It's good, it's great, but it is hard. I mean, you need to have a level 55 or higher character, or you're going to get slaughtered. Especially if you're playing on World Tier 2 or higher. Because those enemies, those bosses in that do not fuck around. They can hurt you. Especially the actual boss at near the end, when you actually have to fight the actual, because it's pretty much Mephisto. And the thing is, how the DLC ended, it's basically the story between you and Mephisto is not even over yet.
All right. So I'm trying to figure out more about this game.
Oh, Dawn Walker, yeah, we'll know. I only know as much as what I've seen, so I know the game is being unveiled this afternoon.
Yep. Here's the thing that you were talking about, the this afternoon thing. I have it on the screen. It says game reveal event. Full Wolf Moon, January 13th, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, and 10 p.m. CET.
Yeah.
So a little bit later today is when we'll get a reveal of it. But if you're kind of wondering what to expect, maybe look on the screen real quick and you can kind of see the background in the world. And that's, I'm assuming this is going to be the lay of the land kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that land looks similar to, looking at that land looks similar to Witcher or similar to, actually, I'm getting Greedfall vibes out of that.
I was kind of getting Plague Tale vibes.
I have not played the Plague Tale games.
Yeah, I'm getting Plague Tale vibe just in environment. Not in gameplay at all. Obviously, I mean, we haven't seen any gameplay, but I'm literally only talking environment, and I can totally see Witcher. I could see Plague Tale. Yeah, I can see that kind of shit in there.
Yep.
Very old and like ruin type shit.
Yep.
That kind of makes me scared, if I'm being honest. Because there's
Yeah.
so many in that category that it's just like, oh, another one.
Like it being the Souls-like.
Talk about it, bro. So what's up? So there's this game that's going on.
I know.
Is there
like,
anything? Is there anything else that's on your mind, brother?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I still wonder how when you got what's it called? This whole thing with Sony trying to go the movie route. I mean, I don't know why they get to do the simplest thing, which is, I don't know, put your multiplayer wares everywhere. Like, put them on PC, put them on Xbox, put them on PlayStation. Like your PC, like your multiplayer wares. Like, Concord was just badly. I thought Concord was just a badly designed game. I know, yeah, people trying to say, basically hold other things about it. It's like, no, it's just badly. It is, to me, badly designed. And the rumor was that it was actually meant to be a single player cover shooter, but Jim Ryan, which I say just take what I say with a grain of salt. But it was meant. Concord was originally, I heard, supposed to have been a third person over the shoulder cover shooter, but Jim Ryan said to scrap all that and make it a first person multiplayer shooter, like hero shooter. And it's like, why would you do that?
I really don't understand it, but I mean, I also don't want to get like too comfortable with comparing what Microsoft does to what Sony should do.
This is like I don't know if Sony sees the writing on the wall, because like majority of I've seen this on even my friends list. Like, only a couple of friends I know play the first party games, where the rest of them play like even like older games. Like I pretty much do. I mean, the last new game I bought for my PlayStation 5 was Astrobot, and I'm still trying to gather enough bot to get to the boss fight in the first galaxy.
Damn, what you doing?
You have to get. It's like, yeah, you have to gather his base. And then I went back to play Toy Story 2, and that one on my PS5 says my physical disc of Toy Story 2 doesn't even work on my PS5, because I don't know why. I don't know what Sony was thinking about that design, because I actually still have the disc, but I had to buy it digitally.
So you said you've been playing some Call of Duty lately, right?
Oh yeah, I'm basically mainly trying to get this last gun of Model L leveled up, and then finish the campaign. Meanwhile, I'm gonna try to get into Path of Exile 2 afterward. I mean, I still got Indiana Jones, Stalker 2. I'm not sure I can do Stalker 2, because that game survival. Yeah, from what I've seen the gameplay of that game from other players and streamers, that I'm not sure I'll survive. Because I mean, I got through Far Cry 4, got through Far Cry 5. I think I'm close to midway through Far Cry 6. I still gotta do Watchdog. I still gotta get through Watch Dogs Legion, get that deleted. I'm gonna hold back on getting Assassin's Creed Shadows, because I don't know what Ubisoft's situation could be after its launch in March.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Don't let stalkers scare you. It's not that hard. It's hard. Don't get me wrong. It isn't easy. It's not so hard though that you can't do it. The thing, I feel like the game kind of tricks you into thinking that it's hard. And it tricks you
I
into
mean-
thinking that it's hard because you start out with so little. And
I
since
mean,
since you start out with so little, like, and you're getting like destroyed with like other people with guns that are decent, or you know, the computer is just a computer and every gun works perfectly when it's in their hands, right?
yeah.
And that's the kind of thing that you got to get over. Once you get that first right body armor, the first gun, and you just feel like, all right, I have a lot of ammunition. Then the game feels like it is just, you feel like you can almost take out anything then.
Yeah, like it's not that like I haven't dealt with hard games before, because I mean, I beat Ninja Gaiden. Actually, like my brother and me, we beat Ninja Gaiden on the OG Xbox in 2004. And like my brother, he did most of the bosses. I ended up doing like some like, you remember the Ninja Gaiden on the original Xbox, right?
Yeah.
So my brother dealt with all the other bosses. So, and the only ones I dealt with were the helicopter at the military base, and the final two bosses, like that big giant skeleton in the volcano, and the final boss himself.
I think that game's harder than Stalker.
Yeah, I ended up finishing the game for my brother, and I was much younger too. But man, Ninja Gaiden 2, because I was actually thin ice going to get I was actually like near thin ice on getting a 360 back in 2008 for Ninja Gaiden 2, until that Red Ring of Death was like, ugh.
Have you played any of this at all? This is Call of Duty, and they have the green light, red light. Have you tried any of that?
No. I've pretty much been doing the Nuketown thing because it's most close quarters.
Do you know what the green light, red light thing is?
I think it's in Squid. It's in the
Yes.
Squid. I haven't seen Squid Game, but I think in Squid Game is that part where it's like green you go, red you stop, you move a muscle at all. During the red light, you're shot.
Yeah, you're immediately killed, right? Yeah, it's off of it's just based off the TV show. I was just wondering if you did it or not. I got the 006 character. I bought into the season. Yes, I did. Do I play Call of Duty every day? No, but did I buy Call of Duty? No, I didn't either, but I'm gonna support them because I thought that this was a cool addition. So yes, I purchased I purchased the, what is it called? The season pass or whatever for this or whatnot.
Yeah,
I thought
already
it was cool.
finished this. I already finished the Squid Game thing already.
See, look at you, a goddamn animal. I didn't. I'm not even close to finish. I just bought it so I could have it.
Also, finished the Black Cell thing too. So, which I'm trying to finish my Model L off, and then what you call it? I bought this one pack that has a 50-round drum magazine for the Model L. So I don't have to try to level up. So I can take out as many people as I can when in a gunfight. Because I know it's like, since I'm up against PC players, I'm getting absolutely cut down badly by snipers. Oh man, it is like, it's crazy when you're in the crossplay, and then you got snipers with using keyboard and mouse. They get an instant lock, and they take your head off.
Yeah, hell, who knows what they're using over there? But I'm gonna definitely hit the chat now because I haven't even read. I don't think I've read any comments from anybody today, and I definitely need to because I like paying attention to my chat. They're half the reason I'm up in this motherfucker today. So So if you want to, General Spartan, you're more than free to hang out and help answer some of these, or you can, go back to the chatter. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't care what you do. But anyways, I'm gonna continue here. Dorian Gray says, one workstation I use the damn CPU is Xenon. It's $4,000. That's what it costs to do what that equipment does. People just want to play games, have no business even in that space. Sure. No. I don't think you're wrong in saying that people overspend for things that they don't really need because they want to just have the latest and greatest. So I can get behind some of that statement. He also then goes to say, same way you shouldn't be at the top of the stack in GPUs. Those cards are to work with. Yeah, but here's the problem with that. When you can see that something works better than your shit, regardless of what it's used for, like you can tell me that mayonnaise is for sandwiches, like turkey sandwiches. You can tell me that it's for turkey sandwiches only. But when I go to make a tuna fish sandwich, or I go to make a tuna fish salad, let's say I'm just using it for crackers, not even eating a sandwich with it, just eating crackers with it. Am I wrong for using that as an ingredient as well? Even though, it was made for turkey sandwiches. Am I wrong as a consumer that's just looking to have the best thing that I want? Wrong for making that purchase?
No, not really.
Even though it wasn't made for me to use it like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think ketchup was made for eggs, but motherfuckers put that shit in there all the time.
Yeah.
I think it's disgusting. But hey, it's not my mouth.
I mean, all I know is this because I've been here in Illinois. It's that is the story is up in Chicago. If you're caught putting ketchup on a hot dog, run.
Why is that an issue though? Why do people care what you do?
I don't know. Sometimes I wish people just mind their own business half the time. I mean, I like when I put together my hot dogs, I just put some cheese on it, put a hot dog on some bread or a bun, put some cheese on it, put it in my microwave, take it out, and start munching. Or if there's no cheese, put some ketchup on it, and then after I take it out of the microwave, then eat. But
so if I told you don't put no ketchup on it, are you looking me dead in the eyes and putting ketchup on it anyways?
Nope, I just do it anyway. I just take my ketchup, put it on my hot dog, and start eating. I don't really care.
Yeah, because fuck me, right? It doesn't matter what I think. It really doesn't. Like not trying to be disrespectful or nothing, but I'm just saying I'm not feeding you. So it doesn't matter. Like I can give my opinion, but I should probably just move on after that. I shouldn't keep bothering you about it because that ain't gonna do nothing for nobody. But anyways, that's just how I feel about it. So like I can see why you would look at somebody and say, hey man, you shouldn't waste all that money on that because that's not what it's made for. But then they say, I know that's not what it's made for, but I like having that unnecessary extra oomph. I don't need a turbo in my Ford Explorer, but I just like the way it sounds when I rev the engine. I don't even care about going fast. That's your prerogative. It doesn't matter.
Stuff like I don't see in out in the country areas here in Illinois. where you got guys in hiked up Ford F-350s that are hiked up to the moon on like giant parts in their trucks on like and also big giant spokes to blow coal.
Right.
I mean, rolling coal.
I don't like, or actually, I don't mind those trucks, but I don't find it practical. Like, it's not practical. But other people find it cool, and they like to just kind of, that's their way of showing out. Some people's way of showing out is wearing $5,000 pair of shoes, right? Like I'm not here to tell you what's right and what's wrong. I might tell you it's not for me, but after that, I gotta keep it moving. All right, so Ray Chi says the 8000 series, the 80 series card is a gaming card. Yeah, I see what you're doing. You're trying to say, oh yeah, that will be the generation that those cards are for us. Ray Chi says, are we getting Ben the era? The i5 is a workstation card, and we should be happy with Pentium. Yeah. I see what you're saying right now. He's saying, should I really just wait for it not to be good for only workstations now? Should I wait until then video games catch up to it and then like I get it.
Yeah.
Dorian Gray says it's like buying a Ford dually truck to commute to school. It is, but if you like it and you can afford it, that's on you.
And besides, it's not like back was it? This is 20 years ago. 19 years. Yeah, it was about 20 years ago, but in the fall. But like how I remember when someone on my football team had a Confederate flag on the back of his truck, and he had a 12-gauge shotgun in his back seat, and basically he put out the threatened message saying, "You touch my truck, I'll blow your head off." This was at my high school here in Springfield. Like other members of my football team, because I lived on the east side of Springfield. I live on the east side of Springfield, like outside of Springfield, but my school is on the east side of Springfield, which is Springfield, Illinois, which is a majority black area. So, and you had this country boy who was a junior to me and Ever player senior. I didn't really care about I didn't care because it's like, that's his truck. I'm not pocket watching. Other players, they felt threatened by it, and it's like, you don't do anything to me. I won't say shit. Just come out and play the game. But yeah, I mean, I see nowadays, at this point, it depends on who you are or where you are, if you'll see those kind of trucks anymore these days. Cause I mean, when I'm on my trucking route in South Central Illinois, I'd see wait, Ham, how old are you?
I'm mid-30s.
Okay, so you're actually as old as me. I'll be 37 in March.
Yeah, you're just a little older than me, barely, but a little older.
But so I see about these days about 18-year-olds. They have like big ass trucks, like pretty much lent to them by their parents, or they bought them on a sale at a used car dealership.
Yeah, bullshit. But anyways, keep going.
But the fact is, like, I don't try to pocket watch anymore because it's like, why? I paid my car off. I don't give a shit.
Exactly. It don't matter. It doesn't do anything for you.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
It's like, why do I care how much you paid for your truck? I just paid off. I bust my ass for 5 years from 2018 to 2 years ago to pay mine off.
Yeah. You don't know if that person's paying $600 a month. You don't know. You don't know if they missed the last two payments and they just stunting right now. You don't know
Exactly.
what's going. That car could be paid off. For all you know, that car could still be getting paid by their great grandma that left them a will, or better yet, you don't know that at the other side of the parking lot, there's a tow truck ready to take that motherfucker. You don't know what's going on, right?
Oh.
So it's better to just live, and you can judge if you want to, but
I don't even judge. I just say, why
but keep it
pocket watch?
moving. Just keep it pushing. Just like don't
Like,
get
don't even
onto
bother.
somebody else's ass about something that's none of your business. I like sometimes I have to tell my wife that like this morning in particular, like I was doing the laundry. My wife was getting ready for work, and she was like, "Why are you doing the laundry like that?" And I was like, "Do you want to do the laundry?" She's like, "I'm getting ready for work," and I said, "Then get ready for work."
Yeah.
Why are you bothering me about the laundry? Get ready for work. If you want to do the laundry, I could save this for you, and then you can show me how it's done later. And then, of course, it's like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. Of course you don't. Mind your business.
Oh yeah. I see in your chat there's E8. Yeah, PlayStation, they have been working with the China Hero Project, because in fact, I think they have a game via the China Hero Project coming this year in Lost Soul Aside, which actually I might look at that game. And they also, for some reason, another game called Convaleria, that a multiplayer, I think a 3-player shooter. 3-player shooter, that's also via the China Hero Project 2. And also, what's that other game? Phantom Blade Zero. They're supposed to be showing some more of that next Tuesday. But yeah, I mean, it is good business to create those kind of relationships, but I don't know if Phantom Blade Zero looks awesome though. I'm not gonna lie, that game looks awesome. Especially because the fact
I'm still waiting to see a real clip of that game.
Yeah, they're supposed to be showing a boss fight in that game next Tuesday.
Because each clip of that game, it reminds me of when they were like, that was gameplay of Hellblade. And I'm like, fuck out of here. Like show me actual gameplay of it where it's like, I can tell that the person is moving with the controller.
See, the thing that reminds me of Anthem, how they basically played us. Because that trailer that was shown, I believe at E3 2017. Yeah, that was just a mock-up. They didn't even design the game. BioWare didn't even design the game yet.
Yep. I actually said it wasn't. I don't think it was last year. I think it was the end of the year prior. I was saying until I actually see some proper controller reaction from Phantom Blade Zero, it's a fever dream to me. It's a fever dream. It's not real until I actually see. Like, you know how in a video game where they're just like showing you cuts where the guy's like running or in action or like in the middle of a fight. I want to just simply see, before you get into that fight, you just look left, look right, and just do an engaging move to get into the fight. And show me that you're actually running and controlling. Because from what it looks like to me personally, it looks like they're showing me. It looks like they're showing me quick time movements.
And now I think about it, is like when I talk about controller or any type of gameplay. You remember the gameplay for Battlefield 4 back at E3 in 2013, when they showed that 64 player conquest mode gameplay, and you see like all these like they actually had 64 like keyboard and computers with keyboard and mouse and all that set up, and they were playing the game, and you're seeing the actual gameplay in motion. And I was just looking at it, and I was just looking at it on my TV in awe. And I was like, wow, this looks awesome. And then I think also during that same E3, because it's EA's E3 at the time, they also showed gameplay of Titanfall, the first Titanfall, and I was like, wow. I was like, if I had the extra money, I probably would have, and better internet at the time, I would have bought an Xbox One at launch. I mean, I eventually got one a year later, but by that point, I think Titanfall servers are starting to shut down. But I bought the Sunset Overdrive Xbox One, and then after that, I bought Halo Master Chief Collection.
My goodness. Oh boy. So Dorian Gray said this, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are, because you're the one that brought me this information. I know we were, and we'll still be going back to Linus, right? We'll still be going back to Linus, because that's what I was talking about prior to you coming into the show. We were talking about the 50 series cards. I'm not done with that conversation. So if you came here and you're listening to that and you're like, yo, I like that, but y'all diverged a lot, I'll be coming back to that here shortly. But before I do go back to that, I want to finish up the chat, but I also, with this next thing that I read from the chat, I want an answer from you, Spartan. Okay. So it is asked by Dorian Gray, or it's not asked, it's more or less it's more or less a comment or something where Dorian Gray says, I actually have more faith in Rebel Wolves now than CDPR. How do you feel about that statement? Is there any truth or anything to that you think? Like, I don't know, before I go to giving you things to think about, let me just get a just straight up answer from you about what you think of that comment.
Well, the gameplay doesn't come out until this afternoon. It's gonna be a wait and see. And then I'll make judgment on that. Right now, I mean, my brother, we're both he's enjoying Cyberpunk on his PS5. I'm enjoying Cyberpunk on my Series X. I'm not gonna try to judge CDPR all the way that yet, because I mean, there's still Witcher 4 coming. Most likely it'll be next gen. But I just want to see game. I want to see this what this Dawnwalker's about before I start making judgments comparing it to, because these are former CD Projekt Red devs. I'd rather hold off judgment first.
That's fair. No, I think that's fair, because you don't know what you're about to see, right? You might see a train wreck.
Exactly. So I'd rather see what's there first, then think about it afterward.
That's fair. Totally fair. Raichi then says Jim Ryan saw Xbox was about to flood the market with games, so decided to leave. And Nate replying to Raichi saying people always seem to forget how fast new GPUs come out. 4090 was released October of 2022. He then says we will blink and the 60 or the 6000 series will come out. He's not wrong about that. And it's probably going to do something like the 6070 beats out the 5090 or something like that. It happens. It seemingly happens like that all the time, because I had the 3080, right? And when they announced those 40 series cards, it had me mad. It had me mad. So like when I hear that guy that has the current 4070 feels like he bought something for nothing. Although I don't agree with him, I understand his sentiment, right? Where he could have bought that a couple weeks to a couple months ago, thinking that finally I got something that kicks ass and it's better than a 3080. Shit, I'm shitting on a 3080. And then come to find out that something that costs 2/3 of the price that you just spent on your shit is running double. Or is running better than the best shit in your generation. Yeah, that hurts a little bit. That does hurt a little bit.
Yeah. Because imagine it's like all of a sudden you're playing a game that would be fit for next gen on previous gen. And because I actually, now I think about it, it's like remember Mercenaries 2 World in Flames?
Oh yeah. I remember Mercenaries, bro.
So I played Mercenaries 2 on PS2.
Mercenaries
first.
is hot.
This is before I bought a PS3. The Mercenaries 2 on PS2 looked exactly like the first Mercenaries. But then, once I got a PS3 in that game, and it's in that version, completely different game. Same thing like how my brother was playing the PS3 version of Dragon Age Inquisition, where he saw me playing the PS4 version. He later on was able to get a PS4 and then upgrade his information over to the PS4 version.
Yo, bro, it's just like the sports games, remember? From one generation to the other, it's like, yikes. Remember their OG Xbox to like 360? Like the graphics was yikes, but the play was better on the OG Xbox. It's crazy how that works sometimes. It is crazy how that shit works sometimes. But yeah, by the time we blink, the 6000 series will be coming out. Dorian Gray says Call of Duty ended Jim Ryan. It might have. It definitely didn't give him confidence. It definitely didn't do that. And Nate says depends on the user, but yeah, I'm sure someone will. Not really remembering where he's talking about. He says Dorian Gray, hopefully Ubisoft is tits up by this time next year. Are you hoping for their downfall? Is that what you're saying? Because I haven't, I'm not too privy on the term tits up. Tits up doesn't sound like a bad thing to me, so I'm not sure if it's supposed to be negative. Because I like, okay, anyways, Ray Chi says, I love Jim Ryan. Because each time Sony screwed up, we could all point fingers towards him. But with Xbox, there's so many heads we can put the blame on. Anyone. I mean, that's very true. And for Sony now, it's just, I find it funny that they have two people running the helm. But we get mad at Herman Hulst. Right? We talk about the PlayStation, like some of us, including myself, have threw some shade at the PlayStation Pro. We're pointing at Herman Hulst. Hey, Herman, why'd you do this? PS Pro, he's not even the systems guy. We're just yelling at him to yell at him. It's very similar to when people get mad at Phil Spencer. He's not even the guy to get mad at for this, but hey, he's the easy guy to see amongst many. So we're gonna pick him. We're gonna call him a dummy. Checks out for a lot of people. I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm just saying it checks out to a lot of people. Anyways, okay, so Dorian Gray said he tits up, in his opinion, is bad. Okay, because he said I almost despise Ubisoft as much as Sony. So he wants them to go away. I don't agree with that. I'm not mad at you for having your position though, because somebody's got to have it. Somebody's got to not like something so it gets better, right? Or it transforms into something that they maybe do like, or maybe you then can realize something else that you like better than them, since they keep screwing up what you should like, but you don't. But anyways, Legendary Yobi says, Ham, were you able to download it? If so, then enjoy, Brody. If you're talking about Def Jam Fight for New York, I'm gonna tell you, like I told you a few days ago, I do not have an emulator. I downloaded the game, so I have the software that you gave me, yes. But if you could then send me a link to where I would be able to play it, like an emulator to be able to download that I can trust that you use, a link to the page, anything, then I'll go download it and get it popping and get it working and then try to play it over here. I'm down for that. But as of right now, I used to have some like PS emulator thing on my PC like back in 2021, and then I was just like, I'm not gonna emulate as much as I'm just gonna buy all the old school systems, which I ended up just buying a ton of old school systems. But hey, if somebody's able to give me a game like you just gave me Fight for New York, and I can display that better than I was able to from my Xbox because it was looking a little funny through there, then absolutely, I'll definitely play it and emulate it. But I need an emulator to do that. I can't. Yeah, you already know what it is. So, anyways, Richie says, at least Ubisoft games are playable on most hardware, which they are. They're very playable, and that's one of the reasons they sell so much, because they're everywhere, right? Voidlock says Sony's been wasting money since the start of the PS5 trying to make multiplayer games. I guess so. I don't think you're wrong. But you got to start somewhere, right? I wouldn't call it wasting money particularly. Because like you could say the same thing about Xbox. They're wasting money on getting getting Eastern games. Because no one's going to play it on Xbox, right? No one's going to play JRPGs on Xbox. I don't like that idea of thinking that way. Because, of course, nobody's going to play something when it's not available. Right? You're not going to get better at a sport that you don't practice. So being like Sony's wasting money, maybe they are. Maybe they're not using their money properly. But I would say what they're investing in alone isn't a bad thing. They should invest into something that's going to put money back into their pocket. Should they maybe do it better? Sure. Right? Maybe they should team up with some people that are a little more hungry, or maybe that have a better understanding of where we are right now. I feel like them going to Bungie, they seen a ship going underwater and they helped it from being capsized, but nobody asked them why they were sinking. like that's what it kind of seemed like. Maybe they did ask those questions, but from the outside looking in, that's just what it seemed like. It's like you invested all of this, but they were already failing, but you invested for them to then help you. So we're wondering what you've seen in them that could particularly help you, because if it's making money, that's the reason that you purchase them, is because they know how to make money. Well, then that's kind of not true, because they were failing. So then that purchase looks silly, right? And then you try to go get somebody hungry, but their idea, that being Concord, but their idea just wasn't a hit. And the person that is supposed to delegate whether something's a hit or not, whether that happens to be, what's his name? Herman Holst, or, somebody within or around him, they massively failed. So would I say that them going to multiplayer is bad? No, because you had stuff like Helldivers that shows you, hey, this is a good route to go. You just need to know which, avenue is best to take, right? There's plenty of streets all over the world that you can take to get to the same place, but there's certain ones that are efficient, and then there's certain ones that waste a lot of time. And then there's other ones that will flat out take you the opposite direction. So you just got to be careful what you choose, but it's not easy because everyone says they're hungry, but then you come to find out who really is hungry. And that's hard to, you can do 1,000 interviews. You can do 1,000 interviews to 1,000 different people, but you'll come to find out that there's only a handful of people that you would be happy to pick. And then once you pick one of those handful of people, it's even less than that of people that will actually put in what they told you they were going to do. So it's hard out in these streets. And I'm not trying to give Sony a pass. I'm just trying to say that they should keep investing in multiplayer games, just like Xbox should continue to invest into single player games. We just got something unbelievable from them, that is Indiana Jones, right? So it's just like you keep trying and trying and trying, fire higher. Eventually you should get into the right place. If you don't after so many years, then maybe it's time to look in the mirror. That was a lot. I said a lot right there. I apologize. Anyways. So I kind of agree with some of what you're saying, Voidlock, but I wouldn't say that it's a waste of money. It's just maybe a misappropriation to some of it. But anyways, Ray Cheese says Sony is about to spend so much money this year to money hack games. They don't want to look weak in front of Microsoft's lineup. That is interesting. That's not a bad thing to say right there, right? Because, yeah, you could say, oh, yes, Sony's doing great, but they're also paying to do great. They're not just doing great all by themselves, right? If you look at Sony's history, they never really did anything all by themselves, though, right? That's not the name of the game. The name of the game isn't figure it out, first party only, and you win. Right? It's figure out how to sell as much software, whether it's all of yours or you are just able to push it off of your platform. Regardless, we want to make money off of products. So yeah, I'm interested in the last part, though, where you said they don't want to look weak in front of Microsoft's lineup. I do find that kind of interesting because it's just like Microsoft is still trying to get out of the mud. Sony stepped in mud and got their boot dirty. Those are two totally different things, right? So you look at Concord and the way that performed, that was like stepping in knee-deep mud for Sony, right? Like, that was disgusting. It was foul. You gonna have to go home and take a whole ass shower. You can't just clean your foot. You gotta take a whole ass shower. There's no way of knowing what was all up in that knee-deep swamp that you just stepped in, right? Compared to Microsoft, where they had a lackadaisical generation with the Xbox One for a lot of that generation. They had a lot of mismanagement throughout that generation. They introduced a new subscription service that kind of fell flat a little bit because it didn't have the games yet. And you moved into a generation where the console is seemingly the first thing on your mind, but you kind of stagnated yourself by making a lesser version of the console, in which then devs have a reason to complain. And then you're like, oh, dang, you're complaining a lot. I want to make this easier for you. So you're like, hey, let's move over to everything kind of being PC in a centralized spot to where you guys can get everything. Is that better now? And it's like, yeah, it's a better, but if you see what I'm saying, that's just like you're essentially watching somebody try to climb a rope that's got like grease on it, right? It's like every time they grab a new piece, they slide down a little bit because they didn't completely verify everything that they were doing before they did it, right? It kind of seems like some of the stuff they were doing were a little bit on the fly. Like, I really think if they would have just dropped a console this generation instead of dropping two different SKUs, that this whole generation would be easier to manage, right? Even if it was only the Series S, this generation would have been easier to manage, but you would have probably got more no's flat out up front when it came to games launching for Xbox, right? Like, they might have just looked at the Series S with what's that game? With Baldur's Gate, and just said, nah, bruh. We're not doing that. We can't do that. Now, Microsoft got deep pockets though. So they could have said, hey, do you want this money or not? And that might have changed their mind. But I think that just having that less of power compared to PlayStation may have turned them off. So this may be part of the reason Xbox is looking to go more PC, so then they can still give you a product that's on a low end price, but then have it still work because these developers have to make a game for PC regardless. Right? And if Microsoft's dishing out hardware that is least common denominator, works for everything, but it doesn't work for this game because the hardware just ain't strong enough, that's a you problem, right? That becomes a you problem, not a Microsoft problem. So the problem then gets pushed over to you, right? It's an interesting way to move, but it's just kind of weird. There's a lot of factors to think about. It's kind of what I'm saying. I feel like I'm walking around and saying a whole bunch of stuff and not solving anything. But that's I'm sorry, but that's the fact of the matter of today. Because if I could say everything and solve it, don't you think that they would have figured it out already? I'm just saying. I think Sony, sure, they don't want to look weak in front of Microsoft, right? That's the reason they have their own their reward system. That's why they came out with a reward system. That's why they beefed up their subscription service, right? That's why they get these exclusive. That's why they pay for. You don't pay for things to be exclusive because you're fine with the competition. You don't do that. There's no reason to pay for something to be exclusive if you don't care what the competition is doing. You know, a lot of people say, "Oh, PlayStation they ain't worried about Microsoft." Microsoft is so far behind; it's nothing to worry about. That is so far away from the truth you wouldn't even believe it. They seen what happened in just a couple years right after their best generation. PlayStation 2 was their best generation. And the 360 still punched them in the mouth. Keep in mind that PlayStation 2 is still the most sold console ever. Ever. It's the most sold console ever. But somehow Microsoft still made them uncomfortable after having the most sold console ever. So to think, oh, it's not a big deal, no one's worried about Microsoft, that is a lie. And that's why they continue to pay for things to be exclusive or try to. But now some of these companies are turning them down, saying, no, we're not going to be exclusive. I'm sorry, you're not getting us enough money on that platform. We've seen the stats from other games. Please hit that like button if you haven't already. If you're enjoying the show, share it out. Let other people know that I'm live and whatnot. I appreciate it. But stop giving in to this idea that a company does not care about another company. They're not worried about them. McDonald's ain't worried about Burger King or nothing. They got way more stores and that's not true exactly. They're completely still worried about anything that can be labeled as competition is something to always worry about. You can't just say, oh, it doesn't matter. There's a reason that somebody as big as McDonald's still puts out commercials today.
The $5 value meal.
It's for real. They're making way more money than Burger King, Arby's, any of these folks. But they see that they see somebody else put out a $5 value meal. They're like, shit, I'm doing it too.
In my stomach.
We want the same type of money that they're getting, even though we make more.
We want the same prices we had when we were younger, where we could go get.
No, okay, now you're talking about the customer. I'm talking about the company.
Well, the problem is the food's been so high out there that people are looking for anything that'll save them a little money and keep the kids happy. You know what I'm saying? That's small enough for kids to chow down on. But us big boys, nope. You know, we can't have lunch with that and go to work. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Bro, I'm just reading. I'm just going through the chat, reading some of these comments and whatnot, trying to keep it pushing. I still got to talk about the 50 series cards.
I did it. The guy and he said that's a ripoff.
Oh, what shit? K Mega can't wait to go get him a 50 series card.
I know, but I'm gonna look for what I was listening to earlier, and I'm gonna show you this tech guy who said it ain't what people think.
So what I want you to do is I want you to send me that right now, and we'll watch it together right now.
I'll go look for it.
Yeah, just mute yourself real quick and go look for it. General Spartan, I can hear everything in the background.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Okay, yeah. You sound good now. Let me get to this next comment.
Yeah, it sounded like he was getting lost in the Bermuda Triangle.
Hold on a second, bro. All right, it says, all right, so Dorian Gray said it didn't stop them last year. Dorian Gray then says, imagine your big lineup all year is Concord and Mario knockoff. Come on, man. I mean, I see what you're saying, but like I said, they stepped in a pothole. Microsoft is pulling themselves out of the mud. It's just two totally different things. Whether you like it or not, I'm 100% Team Green. That is my squad. I love Xbox. That's where I play majority of my games. I buy the PlayStation and Switch just to get a couple titles that I can't get right away on my Xbox or whatever, or I can't get it all. Either one, right? Whatever. But regardless, I don't know. I feel like we got to be a little real with ourselves and remember that one company is been working their way out of a situation compared to another company that's been in a pretty good situation, but is kind of starting, the tires are getting a little worn and maybe they popped one of them. There's still a few laps ahead of you, but they can still get into the pit, get a new tire and still be in first place. You know what I mean? So it's just a different situation. And Nate says, I'm not going to finish the Black Cell thing. My Call of Duty lobbies be stressing me out. So I'm going to get to the last gun and take a massive Call of Duty break. What's up with that, General Spartan? Why is Black Cell frustrating and Nate?
Man, because
I play Battlefield. Okay, I'm done.
I'm gonna re-download 2042. Mainly it's just the fact is, like I said, it is frustrating because it goes up like maybe a few bars on the thing, and then afterward, it basically is like the only time, the best time to level up that battle pass is during the double XP events, which are few and far between. And if say you gotta work an entire weekend during that double XP weekend, you're pretty much screwed. And then that's on top of dealing with, say, a bunch of sweaties on Call of Duty that absolutely just go on and would just start wrecking everyone. But otherwise, yeah, no, what happened is my internet disconnected earlier. That's what happened. But otherwise, I just want to come in and drop that much, and then I'm actually getting ready to head over to Boom Show in a minute. But Ham, you hear me?
Oh shit, I was muted. I didn't even realize. Yeah. I realized you, because it seemed like you were just in the middle of saying something, and then you kind of fell out. But yeah, if you got to get over the Boom Show, do your thing, man. Do what you got to do. I'm just gonna keep reading this chat. I got a few other things I need to do before I get out of here myself. But Ray Chi in the chat said, well, PlayStation lineup last year was quite strong, but it was third party. Yeah, for the most part, it was third party, and I mean, I keep going back to this, but that's kind of where PlayStation came from, right? This whole first party narrative was made up by fanboys, essentially, that were proud of PlayStation because they finally started putting out more first party content than they ever have. The real king of first party has always been Nintendo. They're the king of first party games. They always have been the king of first party games. PlayStation came and messed up Nintendo by allowing others to contribute without having them be part of PlayStation. That's where PlayStation got its big legging, and it didn't get it from first. A lot of people will fool you into thinking PlayStation became PlayStation because of first party games, but that's not how they became PlayStation. PlayStation became PlayStation because they were willing to take on third-party developers without forcing them to only make games for PlayStation. Nintendo lost a lot of love from people because of that. Nintendo lost love with Activision because of that. That's a big deal. But anyways, Nate says PlayStation has already been working with partners via the China Hero project, Indiana Hero, or not India Hero, Middle Eastern Hero, and now working with Africa and Korea. Creating relationships is good business. It is good business. It is good business. We'll have to see the fruits of that labor as it comes, but that won't be for a while. It could be quicker than we expect, though. I don't think it'll be no 10 years, but I'd say between the next 3 to 5 years, we'll see some fruits of the labor.
I sent it.
All right, thanks. I'll check that out here in a minute. I'm almost done catching up to the chat. Legendary Yobi said, I'd love a new Earthworm Jim game on the level of Ratchet and Clank. That would be hot. I'd like it to be hard, too, like the Earthworm Jim game was, because Earthworm Jim was mad, insanely hard, and I feel like there's not enough platformers that are tough like Earthworm Jim was willing to be. But fair at the same time, you know. Stanley Francois says, ketchup on eggs is crazy work. It is. It's fucking mad disgusting. Legendary Yobi says, Spartans sound like he drinks a lot of hot dog water with ice in the cup. Golly, that's disturbing and disrespectful, and I love it. Anyways, Ray Chi says, the real scum in the story is AMD. The make equivalent product is $5 less, and wonder why they don't get market shares. I probably read that wrong. Dorian Gray says, I agree with you, Ham, but at this point of making that decision, you look foolish or you look foolish for complaining. Yeah, no, you're right. You do look foolish for complaining. You do. And whatchamacallit, and Nate nailed it earlier. He said before you know it, the 60 series cards are gonna be out. So the 50 series people are gonna feel foolish. Just like I felt foolish. I got a 3080 and then the 40 series cards came out a year later. And I was like, ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? I stood in line waiting to get this 3080. Now the 40 series is here? Hell yeah, I felt foolish.
I wait at least 3 to 4 years before I change my graphics card. I don't go to the next one because the 40 series was a big jump. But most of the time you don't see jumps like that.
Yeah, I wish I would have waited till the 40 series because that was the jump that I was actually needing. This one, the 30 series is still much better than anything that's in any of these consoles, right? But I feel like that massive leap that I was looking for was in the 40 series, not the 30 series cards that I was looking for, because there's so much VRAM. There's so many VRAM issues in the 30 series cards if you don't have a 3090. So that's why
Ti. I got a 3060 Ti. I do not have
how many gigabytes of VRAM do you have?
8, but that's good enough for me because
it's not. You're right. That's not bad. But I have a 3080 that's supposed to be like much stronger than your 3060. Tell me why I only have 2 more gigabytes of VRAM.
Thank you.
You see what I'm saying?
I know.
That's not okay.
You could save more money just buying the 3070 for $100 less.
I probably should have like thinking about it. I probably should have bought a 3070 Ti.
You would have saved about $150, 100.
But the thing is, I bought it before the 3070 Ti even came out.
Oh yeah, because they didn't introduce it right away.
And that's how they get you. That's how they get you. You go out and buy a 40. You go out and buy a 4070. They come out with a 4070 Ti. And then you're like, God damn it. That had exactly what I was actually looking for. And I settled for this one. And that's what I felt like I did with the 3080. I felt like I settled for this one. And then they came out with the 3080 Ti that had a couple more gigabytes of VRAM. And I was like, son of a bitch. Like, I needed that little extra bump.
For years, though. I knew about it. Because NVIDIA always brings their high card out first. And then they'll trickle down the lower ones. They've always done that.
And see, they got me because I was when I built my PC, which I put it together myself with the help of a buddy. I put it together myself with the overseeing of a buddy. The other my boy was not fucking with. He's like, I'm not touching any of this shit because it's expensive and I don't want to fuck with anything. And then have you say I'm responsible for it. So he's like, I'll watch you do it, but I ain't doing anything. So he watched me put it together. I put it together. Everything ran fine. It worked. The only thing that pissed me off is my actual case wasn't like the RGB wasn't changing colors because I wanted to turn it off, and I for whatever reason I just can't get it to turn off. I never have. But anyways, what was I saying? I don't even remember now. All I know is I just was
talking about the price when NVIDIA does.
Yeah,
a lower one all the time.
Yeah. I was saying that I was new to the PC world and whatnot, so I stood in line. I stood in line like a little over about a year and a half after the generation of the 30 series came out, not knowing that I was getting that I was kind of butting up to the mid-gen refresh, which is like the TI and the supers, and also butting up against getting close to the 40 series cards. So I didn't know that. I was just like, I'm getting into PC now. This is my time, and hopped in. And now that I'm in the middle of all this, I'm still not a PC guy by any means, right? I don't know a whole lot. I just know how to put together a PC, how to get it to run functional, how to add, swap, yada yada. I feel like very remedial PC guy. Like that is who I am, and I'm okay with it because I'm more or less a console guy.
Still, the suck part about building PCs is putting in the goddamn software.
It just makes me mad knowing that now you know how when you first buy a car, you get it, you're happy, even though the guy might have got over on you a little bit. The next time you buy a car, you're like, I'm looking for exactly what that last guy tried to get over on me on.
Learning curve, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of where I'm at with that right now. Anyways, I need to keep going. I need to finish and hurry up and finish through reading all this so I can go to the thing that I wanted to talk about a little bit with this 57 with Linus, and then we'll go over to the thing that you sent me about the 50 series cards. All right?
Yeah, he's better than Linus. How he broke it.
Sure, Sir X-Men, but let me get through what I just said, and let me get through all this part. Let me get through the Linus part, and then we'll be able to talk about the other dude and whatnot. But if you slow me down, Sir X-Men, if you keep talking and slowing me down, I'm not gonna be able to get there.
I'm gonna chill out. You do your thing.
All right. So Ray G in the chat says also Ham with E-Days cinematic trailer. Oh my God, this looks amazing. It will be amazing and play amazing. I agree. What's cracking? Showtime Reezy, he says good morning, Ham in chat. Yobi says I like playing as Obama on Mercenaries 2. That's wild. That's crazy work. Yobi, what are you doing? How the hell did I just lose where we were at? Okay, there we go. Reezy says Jim Ryan saw Xbox collect Infinity Stones and was like, nope, I'm not about to get blipped. That's fair. I get that. I mean, hey, I ain't mad at you. Reezy. You say what you gotta say, bro. General Spartan says my internet went out. Okay, he was just talking about his internet going out earlier. Yobi, okay, you're gonna hook me up with that. That's what's up. Dorian Gray says Sony is going to keep a live service till they find one that hits. Yeah, absolutely. That's what they should do. I mean, if you constantly get money, you should find a way to make that money make money, right? So that's what they're gonna do. They just want that just one. Yeah, absolutely. Ray Chi, yeah, I mean, if you look at Epic, they still running with their just one with Fortnite, right? So it's crazy. Ray Chi says Crisis Core releasing on Xbox felt like Square Enix spitting in our faces. Yeah, it was. It kind of. I mean, it was more or less PlayStation spitting in our face, but it came out of Square Enix's mouth. That sounds nasty, but that's kind of what it seems like. Thank you, Yobi. He said he sent it to my DM. Dorian Gray says the series is damned if you do, damned if you don't. People were like, Microsoft is abandoning consoles they made too, and are getting shit on for it. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's no way to really win this bullshit. What's cracking, Black Viking? I see you in the chat. Or if you're still there, what's cracking? Good to see. But anyways, Showtime Reezy says, nah, Sony's engine is going bad. There's a knocking sound under the hood. Goodness gracious, what are you doing over there, bro? What are you doing over there, Reezy? He got the stethoscope on the engine and shit. Like, he waiting to hear something wrong, and he's gonna be like, all right, go ahead and kill him. Go ahead and kill him. He hurting. You crazy. But anyways, make sure you guys hit that like button if you haven't already. Share this out if you got a moment to do so. But please hit the like button at least. It's free to do so. Reezy says the problem is bigger than just needing new tire. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. Ray Chi says, let's be honest. In the Xbox One era, even the third-party exclusive lineup was bad. Yeah, everything was, in my opinion, everything around the Xbox One was kind of rough. But the Xbox One and what it did, the purpose of the console was great to me. The snap feature, the hooking up any other TV product. So a Roku device, whatever to it, real dope. Like the idea, being able to do Skype calls and stuff like that, like talking to it to turn it on, tell it what to do. Like the whole thing, like to me, the Xbox One was hands, feet, head, chest, body, ass, titties, everything better than the PS4 to me. Now, when you bring the games into the picture, the thing that made the console be the console in the first place, that's when things got shaky.
We had more games at launch than PlayStation 4
Absolutely, but did it consistently stay like that? No.
Well, they didn't advertise either. That's the problem. Microsoft did not advertise, Ham.
Advertise or not, they did not keep the consistency of keeping games coming out and exclusives and being ready when it was time to put the game out. They weren't. I mean, it just is what it is. Unfortunately, the console to me was way better. It was miles better to me than the PS4 was. Anytime somebody told me to get a PS4, I was like, does it do this? Does it do Snap? Can I talk to it? Can I do that? Can I make a... No, I don't want it. Why would I get a PS4? But then they'd be like, yo, did you play that new God of War? Did you play that new Spider-Man? Did you play that new Infamous? No, I didn't, because we didn't have those games. I'm not saying we didn't have any games at all, but there was a reason the stigma came up about Xbox has no game. There's a reason behind that. There were mega dry periods during the original Xbox, or not original Xbox, the Xbox One. There were significant dry periods in that where it just seemed like they weren't sure what they were doing. But now, in my opinion, it's not like that anymore. And people are still talking about Xbox as if it's still the Xbox One. And I'm just like, maybe they haven't caught up, like, popularity wise, to the sense of where they got consoles in every household like a damn PlayStation right now. Maybe they don't have that going on quite yet, but I'm not finna sit here and act like I ain't got nothing to play. Fuck out of here with that. Like, I got way too much to play.
The backlog is large on Xbox. That's a fact, dude. especially with some of them backwards compatible games that I finally got that I've been wanting to play. That just added to the backlog. That's a fact. Go ahead. Continue.
That's great. See, Ray Cheese says a point that's crazy to me, and this is why I'm mad. I'm kind of salty about my GP, my 3080, because check this shit out. Ray Cheese says your 3080 is way more powerful than my 1070 Ti. Yet it only gives you 2 gigabytes more VRAM. Isn't that crazy? So yes, my card can push out a better and prettier looking picture resolution. Yes, absolutely. But once that VRAM gets the bottleneck, it barely any different than that 1070, which is tragic to me. Which to me is not okay. It's frustrating.
And that's 2 generations back.
That's 2 generations back. That's so yes, that is the reason, like, I'm a little salty. And that's also a reason that guy is talking about going straight to GeForce now and streaming only compared to continuing to buy cards. Like, I get what he's saying, although I still am not on. I'm not getting on that plane yet, where I'm just streaming things. I'm not ready for that yet.
I know that feeling, bro.
Okay, so Yobi said Obama was part of a DLC in the game in Mercenaries. That's
yes,
nuts.
It was. Yeah,
that is kind of insane. Not gonna lie, it's kind of insane. Richie says Xbox 900p versus the PS. What, Sir X-Man?
It had Ford as a president to play with too in there.
Okay. Rachie then says Xbox 900p versus the PS4 1080p's started to be very noticeable with the bigger displays. Yeah, that can make sense. I could see that. But let's think about that time period. How many people were really rocking hard with the latest TV hardware? People aren't even rocking that hard with the latest TV hardware now. We have 4K TVs around $500, and we got a lot of people that still ain't got 4K TVs. I'm not saying good 4K TVs are $300, $400, $500, but they can be. There's been some good TVs out there for under $1,000, for clearly under $1,000 that you can get. Hell, the TV I got a Hisense TV. It's 144 hertz. HDR, VRR, it has everything I wanted in it.
Did you hear about that 115-inch Hisense, dude? I'm like, damn.
Yeah. Some of these TV companies, as much as people want to clown and hate on other people for what they get and what they own and what people claiming that they don't pocket watch and then will make fun of you for having something else. Bullshit. Enjoy the best that you can get. But what I'm not going to do is sit here and be like, man, like, you know what? That 900p Xbox completely ruined my experience compared to the 1080p PS4. Sure, the PS4 had a little bit better resolution, sure. But so did the Series X when it came out over the PS5, but nobody's talking about that. Nobody cares. Because it's lies that people want to say, oh, the 900p Xbox was total bullshit because you can get 1080p. You can get 1080p over there on PS4. But now that the PS5 is out and you have to get a PS5 Pro to get the same or marginally better resolution than the Series X right now, just goes to tell me that whole 900p to 1000p bullshit back in the day was garbage. It was just lies. It didn't make any sense. Y'all were bullshitting when y'all said that was a big deal. The big deal was the games. Let's keep it a buck. That's all that was the problem, was the games. And with that, I agree on the games were the problem. Yeah, in facts right there, Dorian Gray throws out this fact as well. Back when Xbox had like 5 studios, now they got like 30 of them. So it's just not the same time period. Ray Cheese says the Hisense mini LED local dimming. Legendary Yobi says Hisense is a legit TV series. People hate on Hisense, but they have phenomenal TVs, especially the U8G. That's a monster. I have the U7G. I don't have the U8, but I got close. I got the U7. It had pretty much like all the specs that the U8 had, except like maybe a couple of that just didn't seem that interesting or a big enough deal for me. But yeah, the U8 is a big deal as well. But I got recommended by TV channels to just go for the U7 instead of the U8. So maybe they were wrong, maybe they weren't, but I'm happy with the TV I got. It looks great. I'm very happy with the TV I got. And until I get my own house, I keep telling y'all, I'm not gonna spend more than like $700-800 on a TV until I buy my own house, because I cannot justify spending thousands of dollars on a TV when I don't have my own house. Yeah, I could put those thousands of dollars towards a down payment or something like that. Until then, we're in the hundreds range, not the thousands, which I'm fine with. Ray Cheese says Hisense image quality is amazing, but I would get it. I assume he's saying is get extended warranty just in case but you will save a lot of money. Yeah. Legendary Yobi says Lemon has the U8G. I was gonna buy it from him, but the shipping cost from NY to Miami is nuts. I bet. All right, we're finally caught up with the chat, so let's see what Linus was saying about some of the 50 series and 40 series stuff, and then we're gonna head over to what Sir X-Man shared with us just a little bit ago, because he was saying that, because you're saying that the 50 series isn't as great as people are thinking it is. Is that what you were saying, Sir X-Man? Sir X-Man.
Yep, I was on mute, so I didn't interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I was just reminding you in case you weren't paying attention. But is that what you were saying, that the 50 series isn't as great as a lot of people are making it out to be?
Yeah, and he's actually very mad that you got a card that's $599 now that's comparable to the 4080 out now.
Okay. So we'll get to that. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Let's go on ahead and get no, you're doing fine, Sir X-Man. You're doing just fine. I just wanted to make sure I put a pin on it just for a second so we don't get ahead of ourselves.
All right,
so here's Linus, and if you want to watch the show, Sir X-Man, so you're understanding what is going on, or you can keep up with it, do so. But just make sure you're muted if you do that.
Then immediately followed that up with a huge red flag saying that this feat would be Unity will offer 4090 levels of performance at $549. Then immediately followed that up with a huge red flag saying that this feat would be impossible without AI. So I was all like, sick, woo! And then I was all like, probably want to see it. Well, no sooner did I say that than some burly guys in green showed up and said, all right, you cynical tech-tipping son of a bitch, we're gonna show it to you right now, but you gotta do the thing. The thing, I said? Yeah, the thing. Oh, right, the thing. The segue to our sponsor, Pads. The first ever hands-on with the RTX 5090. Well, we aren't yet. Now we are. They didn't tell me I could touch it, but they can't stop me. They're way over there. Before we go deeper, there are a couple of things that stood out immediately from their sizzle video for this thing. I mean, yeah, there's the incredibly compact PCB with the state-of-the-art power delivery that enables a sick dual-fan, dual-slot cooler with pass-through for both of the fans. That's right, Both of these fans are blowing right through the cart, but this, wow, thank you. No more need for fire-prone right-angle adapters to clean up your cable management and oh, I've got specs. Let me put it this way. If you have a 4090 right now, the 5090 is the GPU that she tells you not to worry about. In raw numbers, here's what that looks like. This is going to be one heck of an upgrade. I can't wait to see it in action. Oop. So why am I waiting? Let's do it. Here, relegated to the floor like a common chicken, is the previous king, the RTX 4090. Why don't we start there? NVIDIA can't let me show you guys much prior to the performance embargo in a couple of weeks. We get one game, and only one game, and we can't change the settings. But I can't think of anything I'd want to change here. Absolutely everything is cranked. And to their credit, they did load up frame view, so I won't be purely relying on feel to evaluate the difference. Okay, so let's play on the 4090. Yep. That's a pretty powerful GPU still. And it's even more powerful than you probably realize. Before we move over to the 5090, this build of Cyberpunk has some new goodness baked into it, including NVIDIA's new transformer model and DLSS 4 frame gen. So the results we're getting, even on the 4090 here, are not going to be comparable to your system at home. This guy is performing a little better thanks to some of these changes. It's nice that it's getting the extra help because this is not close. Even without looking at the numbers, which are double, this is wickedly smooth. I still remember, I think it was on a short circuit or something.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So obviously, we're seeing the comparison. Double the frames on the left screen. That's the 50 series. 4090 is doing still a lot of work, sitting around 120 FPS. Everything turned all the way up to the max. Looking good on the 4090, but that 5090 is looking significantly faster. But that's also the 3 times frame generation compared to what the 4090 can do. I remember giving a ton of people enough smoke last generation, or the 40 series generation, for fake frames, telling people, oh wow, because I was salty. I got the 3080, right, and I'm not able to get frame generation on the 3080, right, unless it's software bound. So like FSR, I can use frame generation on there because I do have an AMD CPU in and AMD motherboard, yada yada yada. But I have an NVIDIA graphics card, so I can use AMD's frame generation because it's software bound, but the hardware bound 40 series exclusive frame generation I cannot use, even though I have an NVIDIA card. It's exclusive to 40 series on up. So a lot of people were like, oh yeah, the frame generation is great. There's a little latency feeling every once in a blue moon on the 40 series frame generation, but for the most part, this is really good. I probably wouldn't play the game without it. Now they got 3 times frame generation for the 50 series cards, and the 40 series cards, people are saying, that's too many fake frames now. And I'm just like, hold on a second. Y'all can't do this now. That don't make any sense. Y'all can't be mad. Y'all can't be happy for your fake frames and then get mad at the next card for furthering the fake frames, right? I don't understand how you can be mad about essentially the same thing, but more generous than what you got, right? Maybe you're just mad because you paid for it recently, and that's what you got to deal with now. Kind of like what I felt like when I got the 3080 and seeing that y'all got frame generation. I was mad jealous. I was saying, what's the point? That's silly, fake frames. And now here you guys are in the exact same spot that I was in. It doesn't feel great, does it? It doesn't. No, it doesn't. I know it doesn't. You don't have to tell me. But anyways, let's continue.
We're looking at a system from, I want to say Main Gear. It was my first time playing Cyberpunk on the 4090 because I hosted the review and everything, but I never actually got to game on it. And I was like, oh my God. Yeah, it was a lot faster. And it's like, where are the polygons, you know? Where have my polys gone? Sure, the thing is priced at $2,000 US, a 25% increase, and is rated at 575 watts, but for the first time in what feels like forever, at least we're getting more for the money. Like, this feels like a truly Halo tier product. The 512-bit memory bus, 5,000 more CUDA cores, and noticeably better performance. Like, I can't believe that this is Cyberpunk running at 4K with ray tracing. I can't believe it because it isn't. FrameGen and AI-assisted ray tracing are doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Jensen gave us a bit of insight into this, telling us that out of the about 33 million pixels in his demo, only 2 million of them were calculated, with the rest extrapolated using AI. But, okay, I mean, it doesn't matter as long as it looks good, right? So how good does it look? Well, I'm supposed to be just showing this off. What I've actually been doing is looking around for a couple of interesting examples of how DLSS 4 doesn't handle everything perfectly. See the way this text kind of jitters and blurs if I move around? It's not as clear as the rest of the frame. See, it's okay if I do it. It's okay if I strafe. And I've noticed some instances of particularly bright or high contrast objects having little ghosts on them. With that said, I know what I'm looking for. Other reviewers are going to know what they're looking for. If I were to put one of my siblings in front of this, looks pretty good. And NVIDIA was quick to point.
So, I mean, man. How do I say this without being an asshole? Hello, Nate State Games was cracking. Good after, it's not even noon yet, but you're telling me good evening. It must be another time. You must be in another time zone because over here it is not even noon yet, and you're telling me good evening. You just made me yawn just thinking about the evening. God damn. But good to see you, Nate. Thanks for sliding through. And so I'm gonna keep it a buck with you guys. I like my tech. I like to think that I can feel when something is, 60, 120, 30, all this goodness versus, oh, I can tell when something's bad. I can, but it's also got to be kind of like I'm looking at one thing and then I look at the other thing. And then I look at one thing and then I look at the other thing. Then I can easily detect it. When I just walk in, like, let's say I just get done playing basketball or hanging out outside, flying my drone around, or going to the game store, just window shopping, right? I can sit down at my TV and be like, that don't look right? Because I'm used to my stuff. But if I were to walk into my boy's house and he's like, I got this new 240 hertz monitor and it's 4K, look at it, and he's playing Cyberpunk and he is just sitting there like, man, I'm not getting the full 240. And I look at it and I'm like, man, you must be getting close. And then he tells me, nah, man, I'm only getting 170. For all I knew, he could have been getting 240. What I'm saying is, I'll notice some stuff, but I'm not a computer. I don't realize and see and can point out every single thing. I also don't do it for a living. And a lot of people like to act like they do things for a living. Oh, I can detect if something's 60, 40 FPS with VR. I can see if VRR is on. I can see if it's all. I can see all this stuff. Some people do. But there be people out there that be acting like they seen or understand it all, and you know it's cap. You know it's cap. There's that guy not that long ago that was like, I could clearly see that this is running as good as a 4090 on the PlayStation 5 Pro. You could be a fan of the PlayStation 5 Pro, have yourself a 4090, and look at that motherfucker and be like, you are full of shit. Some people just say dumb stuff. It don't make sense. Yeah, he says evening here in the UK. Yeah, y'all are like about 6 hours ahead of me or something like that. Yeah, it's definitely the evening over there, bro. Bro's about to sit down for dinner or something. So yeah, it's definitely late over there.
Point out that this
let's
is
continue.
both running at lower latency and with fewer artifacts than DLSS 3.5. Enough about the 5090 that, let's face it, most people aren't going to buy. Let's talk about the rest of the family. The RTX 5070 comparison to the 4090 should be taken with a grain of salt. I mean, obviously, that's going to be with DLSS version 4. Obviously, that's going to be using their new MFG, or multi-frame generation, at 4x. That feature is limited to 50 series cards and is powered by AI. And obviously, the situation might change depending on the resolution you're running. I mean, 4K needs a fair bit of VRAM. So can a few hundred more CUDA cores net such a wild performance boost? Especially with so much less VRAM? It's a bold claim. But with this mix of next-gen CUDA, Tensor, and RT cores, along with GDDR7, it could very well achieve it, at least in some titles. And if it looks anywhere near as good as this does, while costing less than half of what the 4090 did at launch, well, I certainly wish that it had 16 gigs of RAM, but even without it, they are going to sell a lot of these. Not to me.
So to me, that was just that last statement was really interesting to hear, right? And I think from there, or actually, let's listen to a little bit more, and then we're gonna hop over to what Sir X-Man sent me, because he sent me something that should be fairly eye-opening. But listen to this, just this last part of what Linus said that had me thinking, you know, is 16 VRAM, is 16 gigabytes of VRAM really enough? That's like my whole question to all of this. Because I look back to the last generation, and a lot of people say the sweet spot is the 4080, right? That's like the super duper sweet spot. Another good spot is the 4070 Ti, right? But anything before the 4070 Ti, it's like, it's good, but you might wish you had a little bit more if you're maybe a little power hungry like I am. I'm a little power hungry. I'm not completely power hungry, but I'm a little bit. Like I do want to be able to do more than average. I don't want to just do average or barely average. I want to do more than average. So, I mean, that's why I got the 3080 instead of 3060 or 70. Because I want to push it a little harder than it should. But listen to this.
Well, I certainly wish that it had 16 gigs of RAM, but even without it, they are going to sell a lot of these. Not to me, you might say. I want 16 gigs of VRAM. Well, then you are going to need to take another step up to the 5070 Ti or another step to the RTX 5080. And about these. If prices had stayed the same, I'd probably be pretty pissed off right now. But the 270 class cards they showed today are $50 less than last gen. And I don't know if that's because of competition, but hey, progress. And it actually gets better. The RTX 5080, with all the other bells and whistles that we've mentioned so far, and sporting an additional 1,000 CUDA cores compared to its predecessor, is set at just $999. I say just. I know $1,000 is still really expensive, but that is down $200 from the RTX 4080, or about 16%. It's got next-gen everything, 1,000 more CUDA cores, more than double the AI tops, and more memory bandwidth, meaning it should deliver legitimately flagship class performance at that price, even if there does exist an even higher end card for the mega ballers out there. Right alongside their new desktop GPUs, NVIDIA announced 50 series for laptops as well. They start as low as $1299 with the RTX 5070, and they are claiming 4090 performance using half of the power, and then the lineup goes all the way up to an RTX 5090 at $2899. By the way, if you want to see our quick first initial reactions to MSI's 50 series cards when we were under embargo, and to watch us prank Colton, why don't you check out our behind the scenes video over at lmg.gg/floatplane. But wait, there's more. Jensen brought a wafer prop on.
Okay, I don't care about this anymore. All right, so that's pretty interesting stuff. I'm personally interested in the 50 series cards, but I'm also interested in what AMD has going on with their 9070. Also, still kind of interested in their 7900 XTX. I'm not interested in anything that Intel's doing right now, personally. I'm interested in it for tech purposes, in the sense of I just want to see how they stack up and continue to move business, because maybe 3, 4, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I might be looking to get Intel. But as of right now, Intel, no, I'm all set.
I love my Intel CPU.
Oh, well, CPU, sure, but I'm talking about GPUs.
No, Intel doesn't make GPUs.
Yeah, they do.
It makes CPUs.
Yes, they do.
I've only known AMD and NVIDIA.
Okay, but they do make GPUs. They have the 570 and 580 that just came out, and that's not even not even their new
AMD.
GPUs. That's their new GPUs. That's not even like their old stuff, because they have previous GPUs as well.
But that's AMD.
But what?
That's AMD. That's NVIDIA.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
The GTX is NVIDIA.
I didn't say GTX.
GTX is NVIDIA.
I didn't say GTX. Sir X-Man, I want you. Yeah. Are you at your computer right now?
Yeah, but I got you on the screen.
Okay, remove me from the screen and look up and look up Intel GPUs, and then come back and talk to me.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
All right. Anyways, shout out to Game Dev Micah. He said he'd love to slide through. He said Thursday or Friday. I'm gonna tell him Thursday. So hopefully on Thursday. Why did it send that message twice? That kind of pisses me off. That didn't make any sense. I don't understand why that happened. Anyways, so getting back to, because Sir X-Man sent me this link and I want to go check it out now. So we're looking now at the, so this person's channel. So let me put this on the screen so you guys can see it. This person's channel is called PC Builder. That's very simple, easy, very popular person. 470K subscribers, not 497K subscribers, not 497 subscribers, for about 500,000 subscribers. So like, bro got a lot of people that checks out this stuff. This is 15 minutes. This is probably the last thing we're gonna do today, y'all. Then I gotta go. I've already been here for about an hour and a half longer than I anticipated. I was like, man, I ain't got nothing to talk about today. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. And here I am. I started at 8:30 this morning, and it's almost fucking noon. But anyways,
70,
4090 performance. And that's like me saying I can run as fast as Usain Bolt as long as I'm in a car. I just got back from CES and we had a great time in Las Vegas, all the new GPUs and everything that got announced, and we're gonna do a full news roundup. But I will say, as I sat down to write it tonight, there's just something that's really, really bothering me about the NVIDIA RTX 5000 series. Not the GPUs themselves, but more what NVIDIA is trying to do, and I think that bodes ill for PC.
Okay, so my first issue is he doesn't even have a problem with the graphics cards themselves. He has a problem with NVIDIA. So that's something to think about.
Gaming that I just wanted to do a quick video on. I know normally we're like, this is fun, this is a hobby, we should all have a great time, but this is going to be a video where I'm going to complain just a little bit because I think it's a really important time to complain. What am I talking about? I'm talking about their entire DLSS 4 and the way they position DLSS 4 and frame generation as real frames, saying that the RTX 5070 is going to give you the same performance as an RTX 4090. RTX 5070, 4090 performance at 549. Which is a bunch of nonsense. It's total nonsense. But what worries me about this, I'm not even saying the 5070 is going to be a bad GPU, although I'm not a big fan of 12 gigabytes of VRAM on a card in 2025 for $550. I thought, geez, NVIDIA, can you not just find a way to put 4 more gigs of VRAM and make that a...
Keep in mind, he's mad about 12 gigabytes of VRAM in a 5070 for $549. Keep in mind, I bought my RTX 3080 for like $900 with 10 gigabytes of VRAM. 10. This is $549 for 12 gigabytes of VRAM and supposed 4090 performance. I'm still not understanding why I should be frustrated about this. Let's continue.
I thought, geez, NVIDIA, can you not just find a way to put 4 more gigs of VRAM and make that a future-proof card? It almost feels like we're buying an RTX 3070 8 gigabyte again that we did a couple years ago, and that card's gonna feel like it's just gonna underperform in future years. But that's not really what I'm mad about. Let me focus in on what I'm mad at here. I knew since the beginning of upscaling that at some point, the hardware companies, the game developers, somebody was gonna start telling gamers that faked frames are the same thing as real frames, and that's where your FPS is coming from in the future. And they were gonna stop giving us actual FPS and start giving us fake FPS. Now, around upscalers, and if you're not familiar with what an upscaler is, basically DLSS, FSR, XeSS, these are upscalers that basically, if your GPU is gonna struggle to output, say, a game at 4K, you could have the GPU render that game at 1440p, possibly even 1080p, and then it can upscale from 1080p to 4K. But each of those frames is actually being rendered by your GPU, and it gives your GPU a way to render the frames at a lower resolution so it can render more frames, and then it can upscale so you get a decently playable experience, especially on older hardware. And I've come around to the point that I'm fine with that, especially since, you know, DLSS, FSR, especially even the new FSR4, seem to have largely ironed out a lot of the artifacting and garbled frames and just really terrible looking stuff that we got in the early days of upscaling. I feel like upscaling is in a much better place, and I felt pretty solid in the fact that it's tied to the game engine. When frame generation came out, well, it's got, what, about a year and a half or so ago, I was really, really worried because here we go with generating fake frames and calling it FPS. What am I talking about? So what this is rather than rendering the image at a low resolution and just upscaling it, which is probably gonna happen anyway, AI is then gonna look at that frame and it's gonna look at the next frame, which has already been rendered, and it's gonna insert frames in between. What happens? Well, because it's holding this frame for you, you're still waiting for this frame while it inserts fake frames here. It basically adds a lot of latency, especially if you play multiplayer competitive titles like Call of Duty, Fortnite, anything like that. And honestly, I know a lot of single player folks are like, well, that's not me. I play most of single player. If you play Jedi Survivor, any game that requires kind of a, quick reaction time, that's another game where latency is really going to hurt you. Not only that, but just looking around with the camera or panning quickly, it can just feel like a really terrible experience. And I feel like they're trying to take PC gaming and they're trying to make it what console gaming has become, which is a much laggier, much kind of lower scaled, much weaker version of, we're paying a lot of money for this hardware after all, right? We're paying a lot of money for this hardware. I just feel like that's where they're trying to take PC gaming. And I feel like PC gamers have.
And you know what? I feel like what he's saying right there is a fair thing to say. Like, yo, we're paying an exorbitant amount of money and you're kind of giving us what you'd expect from a console. So I can totally see that. But that kind of goes back.
I told you was going to like that one.
That kind of goes back to then talking about upscalers and native and everything, because it's like, yo, if we're going to hold certain things accountable, then why aren't we holding all things accountable? But at the same time, it's like, maybe you don't want to hold all things accountable, because it's like you need some of this stuff you do need some of this stuff for a reason, right? Like, or else it costs a wild amount more to get things to run natively, on like or like on the graphics card, CPU, GPU, whatever the hell, right? So, I mean, that's really to me, that's like the line that we're currently stuck at right now, is people are saying that's too much money, but that's how much it costs, right? Like Dorian Graves said it many a times here. I've heard Lemon say it many a times. Like, yo, this stuff costs a certain amount of money because that's how much it costs to get something that to be that dope, to be that cool, to be that that well at performing. It costs a lot of money. People are trying to get a value meal price out of something that's worth thousands of dollars, and it just doesn't work that way. You can't expect to pay $200 or $300 for your Series S and get 4K 120. Like, it's unrealistic. But people have that, and people still think that way. And maybe not exactly that way, but in the same ballpark, to where it's not that much different. Why isn't this game running? Why does Halo on the PC look different than, I mean, my wife has said that to me multiple times. I don't like the way the Halo looks on your Xbox and compared to your PC. And I was like, well, yeah, my PC is like a $3,000 machine compared to my Xbox that's $500. Yeah. But then I had to go ahead and tell her, hey, yo, if you want to keep up with the Joneses, we gotta spend another G. We gotta get we gotta get the next GPU if you want to be prepared for the very next Halo to run as smooth as this Halo is. And then it's, oh, I don't want to spend that kind of money. It ain't right. That's too much money. No, it's not. It's too much money for us to spend, maybe, but it's not too much money for the product. The product is worth that much money. We just don't want to pay it.
You know what's funny, Ham? Most PC gamers, they're just getting into the threes now.
No, I don't disagree with you that with that specific statement, Sir X, man. There's a lot of people. Well, you gotta think the casual audience. Most normal people are shopping at places where they can afford things. They don't go to the bargain bin at at fucking Dolce and Gabbana. They don't do that.
That is correct.
They don't go
Right.
to the bargain bin at Dolce and
Hold
Gabbana.
on.
They go into the reasonable area in fucking Walmart. That's what they do because that's where normal people shop. You see what I'm saying, Sir X-Man?
Yeah, sorry about that. My sister talked to me for a second.
No,
But
you're
yeah, I heard
good.
it.
You're good.
But nah, that's why my 3060 Ti is good for me right now. It works. It does what I needed to do. If I need to run 4K and drop some things down, it works for me. You know, I don't need all that. Just give me 60, or some of the games run at 120. I'm fine. I even had one game run at 244. I mean 144. I'm good. You know, I don't need all that power. Because with all that power, you got to get more stuff to go with your PC so it can handle that power.
100%.
Push back
You
a
know,
lot.
you
What
gotta
am I
get more
talking about?
fans. Then you got probably gonna, if it's that powerful, your voltage might be different. So you might have to get another power supply that can handle that voltage. Then then depending on how hot you want to run it, you gotta adjust that, or you gotta switch to liquid cooling and all that. Everything you got. The more you add to it, the more the other stuff is gonna cost. You have to get more RAM. You know, and your CPU might not be able to handle that. So you got to get a different CPU. And then when you get another CPU where they did board changes, you got to get a different board. If you got to get a different board, you might as well redo your whole PC, dude. You know, a lot of people ain't got time or money for that. It's old school. They just want to play the damn game. And it works. That's it. You know, all these advances, they're fine, and I love them with console. But, you know, for a PC, ain't nobody got that kind of money right now.
Absolutely. No, I get you. I did spam out to be able to join the show. So if anybody wants to come through here and talk about something, whether it has to do with this specific topic or another, you can definitely hop in there and say something real quick. I do want to just give you the forewarning that I am on the last topic right now, and after this one, I'm wrapping things up. But we are gonna finish this. We are gonna finish this little thing. But what's cracking, sir?
You like what that guy's saying, man?
Yeah, it's not too bad. No. He's saying some reasonable things, but there's some things that I had to point out that I was like, hey, let's relax now, because like one thing that he did point out that I kind of wasn't completely like on board, or like he was mad about it, but I was like, I'm not really seeing a reason to be mad about it. Is like he was talking about like the 5070 being only 12 gigabytes of VRAM at $579, and I'm like, I bought my 3080 for $900, which was supposed to be MSRP at that time, like $900. It only had 10 gigabytes of VRAM, and if you look to buy a 3080 now, it's still around $500, $600, right? It's still not cheap, and you're still only gonna get 10. If you're lucky, 12 gigabytes of VRAM for that price. So it's just like, like to me, I wouldn't be mad if I spent $579 and got 12 gigabytes of VRAM, because I spent $900 and only got 10.
Right, that I'm not upset about. That don't bother me. But when you had your other card come out last year, the 4090, and it was like almost $2,000. And now you got that same kind of power, and this wasn't that long ago. And the one that's $500, come on, there's something wrong with that. You feeling me?
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Ray Chi put in the chat, he says, wait for games to get optimized. My 1070 Ti played Starfield like 900p 35 frames per second. A year later, I can play 1080p 60. That's a big that's a big jump. That's a big jump. And so Ray Chi nailed another big time point. A lot of these issues aren't really on your rig. They're the game.
Still waiting on some of the games from that come out for our consoles to be optimized.
Right.
They ain't optimizing like they should.
No, and they're not. And it's killing people's pockets because they think that their shit ain't good enough when their shit's just fine. It's just the game. That is a tragic realization that nobody talks about.
That's why, real quick, I hope in the next console for Xbox, they give you sliders where you can adjust what you want.
That would be great. But that still doesn't account for the issues because a PC game will come out, have all the sliders in the world, and still have all these damn issues.
I know.
So it's not just sliders that we need. We just need.
I gotta dummy it down now. I'm like, God.
We just need good optimization, like flat out. That's it. But anyways, let me go on ahead and get through another few minutes of this. I'm hoping at least another 5-10 minutes of this so we can get up out of here.
Over the last couple of years, as game developers have optimized their games less and less for the PC because of PS5, Xbox Series X, obviously, the older consoles. Those are a big part of the gaming ecosystem now, and they rival, PC gaming, where PC gaming is. And so game developers, they're going to do one optimization for the PS5, they're going to do one for the PS4, they're going to do one for the Xbox Series X and S, and probably one for some potentially older console hardware, and then they're going to optimize also for PC gaming. What we've seen over the years, not even that many years, but seen in the recent past, is that the optimization resources that companies are pouring in for the PC gaming sphere has dropped significantly. And I get it. There's way more hardware combinations over here in PC gaming than there is for something like a PS5 or a PS5. There's one PS5 out there. There's one PS5 Pro out there. So that's two different optimizations. I get it for PC hardware. There's a huge amount of different optimizations that they have to do, but they've completely dropped off to the point where now they're saying in order to get 60 FPS with relatively powerful hardware in some of these newer titles, they're demanding that you use upscaling. All of a sudden, like, the alarm bells in my head start going off when I see that. And the alarm bells exploded the other night when
the RTX 5070, 4090 performance.
Asterisk. And then he goes into this long caveat. Well, the way we're getting there is AI.
Impossible without artificial intelligence.
And DLSS 4. All right, so what is DLSS 4? Well, basically, they're going to take that same process where they render one frame and render another, and they're holding that second frame and they're inserting faked frames with an AI just kind of guessing at where everything is without really interacting with the game engine the way a rendered frame would. Yes, there's small ways in which it can interact with the game engine, but they are limited. It's going to now insert three faked frames in between. And they're calling that the FPS uplift. That's how they're getting to this thing where the RTX 5070 equals a 4090. It's complete and utter nonsense. And I feel like this is NVIDIA pushing back against gamers who've been pushing back against the hardware companies and the game developers. And NVIDIA is telling us to just shut up, basically, suck it up, and buy their stuff. And I just got to tell you, I think gamers are not in a position where we want to hear this right now, where we're going to accept this. I'm certainly not. It all depends. I know there's a lot more casual folks out there that will look at this, that will look at other content creators out there, and they'll say, oh, but I heard this other person say, oh, it's going to be this amazing FPS, and they're not going to understand the difference, and they're just going to start playing the game.
Here, like, I like what he's saying because it makes a lot of sense, but like, one of my favorite quotes that one of my old bosses used to say is, anybody can give you problems. Where's the solution? Specifically, my boss used to tell me, and he used to tell my other work associates, don't come up to me with a problem if you can't give me a solution. Because I can sit here and tell you about all the problems. And I was like, that kind of blew up in my mind, right? I was just like, yo, I'm using that all the time now, right? Because there is so many times, and that's why I get really restless when I hear people complaining. When I hear people bitching and moaning. That's why I get frustrated when Loke will bring up, like, DEI and stuff like that, and they'll have a whole topic on it, and then they'll talk about it for 2 hours or 3, and it's just like, we're talking about all these problems, but we don't have not a lick of solution. We're not sending anybody any emails or telling them what they can do better. We're just voicing and bitching and moaning and bitching and moaning for hours on hours. And like, I love Logan, that's my brother, but sometimes I'm just like, dog, like I'm getting mad because I don't feel like I'm doing actually anything right now. So so I say all that to say this. This guy is a PC builder, which he's doing an excellent job of breaking all this down so I can understand what the fuck he's trying to say. And I can feel, like, maybe NVIDIA is doing some things wrong. Like he's giving me that sense, right? To where I can see what he's saying. But what I'm looking for is, what do I need to do to make sure that NVIDIA A either doesn't take advantage of me, or B does a better dime in the future of making sure that my needs are met. Right now, I don't hear him saying anything that can be of help to tell somebody to tap on their shoulder and say, hey, you can do that as long as you do this. Where is that? That's all I'm looking for, because it's like this person saying, hey, the guys at NVIDIA figured out a way for you to get more frames with a powerful card. And you're saying, I want the frames to be more native and less AI driven. In my opinion, you're asking for a stronger card that then costs more, or you're asking for a card that is more raw power and less AI, and less AI integrated, right? So maybe you're looking for an XTX from AMD more than you're looking, or something like that, compared to the NVIDIA card that will give you a lot more benefit in the sense of raw performance, but does a lot of but NVIDIA will do a lot of things that's less raw performance, but a lot of background restructuring to make sure what you're looking at makes sense.
Well, what the general is saying is, I'm gonna put this in a car term, like, cars that are naturally aspirated,
yeah,
and cars that have turbo to get to that same type of power. There's always lag with a turbo car.
Right.
They're getting better, but there's always lag. So what he's saying is, with them having the and he does say that in the thing, with them having the AI put it 3 frames ahead, get ready to load the next frame of the game, he's saying that that's going to cause lag in the game. Even though you got the high frames per second, you still have lag. You'll have a little lag for that when it runs that special mode for the 3 frames up. And that's what he's saying, that could be a big problem. He does say that in his thing.
No, and I hear that that's a big problem, and I understand
for shooters, that's a brutal thing.
It is, right? Unless everybody's dealing with that issue.
Yeah, and he does say for single players, it's it's kind of okay. You can deal with that and stuff like that. For a shooter, no, that's not good. You feeling me now, Ham?
No. Like I said, I understand everything that's being said. I get it, but there's no solution. There's just the complaint. It's just like, we can all sit here and write a complaint and put it into a box. But somebody's got to open up the box and either want to listen to it, or somebody's going to at least, you know, like the box has to land on the right person's desk for them to hear it, right? And maybe he's doing that with his channel, right? Because he has like 500,000 subscribers, right? He has a lot of people that check out his stuff. Word travels fast. He was at CES for a reason, because people will listen to him and stuff like that, right?
What he say, right? Yeah.
And so his voice holds weight, and I'm not saying that it doesn't at all, because it clearly does. But what I'm saying is, if your voice holds weight and you're doing the best that you can, that's cool, and I'm happy, because like you're giving me something to learn, you're giving me something to check out and whatnot. But I'm seeing these like is this person telling us, hey, if I was you and looking for a good card today, this is what I'd want to hear from this guy, flat out. I'd want to hear, hey, if he was me, would he go for the 40 series or would he go for the 50 series? If I were to say, hey, I want to get a 4080 60 gigabytes of or it's not 60, 16 gigabytes of VRAM, right? Which they do have for the 4080, and they have that as well for the 5080. I would like to then ask him, hey, which one is just flat out better? I feel like he would say the 5080.
I think he's getting to that point.
You know? I think he would honestly say, do the 5080 over the 4080 because of the whole CUDA cores and this and that and the third, right?
Yeah, but you always get, in these videos, you always got to get, pretty much to the end for them to do stuff like that.
Oh, what's cracking? The Don KTR rolled through. Good to see you, Don.
What up, Don?
Yeah. The Don says
Don got his opinion on the card.
I mean, I'd love. Hey, Don. There's a link in the description if you want to join the conversation. If you have anything that you want to say, you're more than welcome. The link is also in the chat. If you scroll up and down in the chat, I don't know if you don't see it. There, I put it right there. You don't have to join. Don't feel like you have to. But I'm just saying, if you feel the need to join the conversation, you're able to. But yeah. The Don says the context is off on what he is saying. So, if you're saying my context is off on what he is saying, I'm simply saying that I understand that, this thing is powered a lot by AI. And you don't like what it's doing in the future for NVIDIA cards because they're choosing more upscalers to remedy an issue instead of all out, raw power. And I'm saying, hey, there is AMD that fucks with a lot of raw power stuff, but somehow they're still behind because they don't have some of this new technology that NVIDIA has, especially with like the frame generation. When people see the frame generation and all the extra frames and they see the 240 or 300 FPS versus a raw power that's getting 112, 120, 140, you can tell somebody, hey, this is raw power and this is just BS. And a lot of people will be like, I don't really care. I don't understand any of it anyways. I just want to play. And I just want it to look good. So a lot of people will just go with the one with the crazy amount of frames, especially if they're around the same price. I'm just saying,
these consoles could do 8K. Remember when that came out?
I'm just wondering where this. I'm just wondering, like, what's the solution? Does it matter? Because obviously the latency does matter, but if everybody's dealing with the same latency, then does it matter? You see what I'm saying? And I'm not championing. I'm not over here championing getting less power for the same price, But I am kind of wondering if what we're complaining about makes sense, or if it's just something that's going to be that we're complaining about today but doesn't matter tomorrow. Don, KTR, kiss the motherfucking rings. How you doing, brother? Oh, he's muted right now. He can't even respond yet. He'll be here momentarily after he gets whatever figured out. But anyways, Dorian Gray says the thing is there's a wall and we're hitting it. This 5090 is 600 watts. You can't go much higher on pure raster. Oh my goodness. I mean, that is ridiculously strong. That's stronger than the amp that I have that goes to the speakers in my car that shakes the block. Like I'm telling y'all, 500 watts is dumb. And he's saying 600 watts for the 5090. So to me, that's a lot of power. I mean, how many watts? I'm kind of curious.
Hey, the 4090 was 600 watts also.
It doesn't matter. It's still ridiculous, regardless.
I know, right?
Like because what this guy's advocating, and what I feel like Dorian Gray is saying is, the guy is kind of advocating, hey, we can't be using fake frames. We need native stuff, right? And I feel like Dorian Gray is saying, like, yo, bro, this stuff's already like 600 watts. Like, are we going to have to buy a generator for our house for our next PC?
No, you have to probably get for the other operation systems.
So you
have to get like an 800 watt or 1,000 watt.
But you're paying a whole, but your bills are raising from doing this stuff, and also there are regulations that are in these different states that are coming up. Like California has a big time regulation on power consumption.
Yeah, they do. But if you're rich, you could get away with it in California.
Sure, but not everybody's rich, and they're trying to sell it to as many people as possible. Like, sure, obviously they're going to sell it to the rich because the rich already got the money. But if they can somehow get it sold to the other people and drain the last little bits that's in their bank account, they want to do that too.
They won't. That's right. What up, Don? I see you fix your mic
Yes,
problem.
Don, your mic is fixed. What's cracking? How you doing? Welcome to 2025. Y'all get down and kiss the motherfuckers' rings. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. But it is the Don KTR. How you doing?
Like me, Don. Stop living in the 80s like me.
Man, we have to keep it humble for me, man. But yeah, so everyone's all freaking out about frames. I notice again.
All over again. I mean, bro, history is repeating itself.
Oh yeah. Well, it's because people think one-dimensionally. In regards to, there's so many factors when it comes into what's going on here. You know, a lot of like the AI features they're talking about on frame rates right now with NVIDIA. Microsoft's doing the same damn thing with Microsoft xCloud.
Yep.
They're doing the same thing. They're predicting your next frame to help have it queued up. Now, they may have the wrong frame queued up and they won't execute, and then you have an issue of lag there in that particular application. And there's also going to be lag with this, but the same token, you know, you have NVIDIA's Reflex, which is very low latency, in most cases more lower latency than your average console at the same frame rate. And then you have these, there's so much issues like what you're like running into. Like someone talked about power limit. You don't want to think of power as so much like it is a factor, but it's not wattage is really your problem. The fact is we can't go any smaller on the chips. We're done. 5 nanometer, 5 and 3 nanometers. This is it. This is it.
That's as much as the die can handle. I said that on
yeah, so you have to get creative, like what you're saying there, Ham. You have to be creative in every aspect of what you do. So, like for example, you've seen AMD They're doing chiplets, right? You're seeing
They're doing
AMD
chicklets, like cutlets.
Yeah,
Like
just
chicken
like
cutlets?
that, just like cutlets, but you're doing small individual chips instead of one die, right? You have AMD using 3D cache, where they're actually able to stack the dies on top of one another, right? Essentially, when you have cache and then you have your processing underneath to kind of do real simple, like what they're doing there. So they have to get creative.
All right, Don, I'm gonna stop you real quick. I want you to finish explaining something, and then I got a question that I got to ask you. That's very directed. Okay.
Okay.
So finish. Go ahead.
No, that was really kind of it. I'm just saying you have to think, to your point, you have to think outside the box because the walls are closing in.
Yeah, exactly. So like I'm saying, we ran it. Like it feels like they gave us everything that they kind of could, and now they're just figuring out other ways to do things, seeing that something isn't. They maybe hit a limit with something in particular. So like you're saying, they can't make like the die any smaller or something any smaller, right? So it's like obviously, like if you can't make the engine any fat, like going back to your car analogy, Sir X-Man, you can't make that Honda or not the Honda, but you can't make that Chevelle any faster with that 350 small block. You can't do it without putting a turbo in it.
And there's always lag.
And then now, there's lag, but is it not faster?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. In regards to that, I think what you also kind of have to think about from like a real-time rendering perspective, the end goal is you want to have, you want to have essentially, where is that diminishing returns for the average viewer too, right? The average experience gamer.
That's a big question right there, bro.
And I know what the numbers are. People don't like the numbers. I know what the numbers are. It's native 4K at 120. That's it. That's 99% of the gamers out there, that's where the threshold resides. And for some people, like, they'll make an argument like, say, on the PC side, I don't need anything more than 1440p. Well, they're probably right for what their eyesight is, what the viewing distance is of the display they have, all that sort of stuff.
It makes a difference.
Yeah. And then there's also, like, I think dishonest PC gamers where they go, well, they just want to flex those numbers, right? They want to have that one up on someone, and they're not really focused on the overall experience. And I get caught up in that stuff too. I try to keep myself in check, but that's another aspect of it. So like the reality is that's the sweet spot. 4K 120 natively in regards to, and sometimes on certain games, because not all engines, like you have an engine in 5 different games, they're all going to utilize different resources on that engine differently. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I could run that with my 3060 Ti on some games, 4K 120. On the 3060 Ti, you can do that. That's funny.
Yeah, that goes back to the other problem I was saying, which is games being properly made. When a game's improperly made, it doesn't matter how powerful your PC is.
Well, define properly made.
Okay, yeah, I know. I gotta define it when I'm talking to a game developer. I gotta define it a little bit.
Well,
no, you're good. You're good, Don. You're good. Don.
Hey, man, you got 1,000 viewers, man. I mean, not 1,000 viewers, but you got 1,000 followers. You got to make sure you got your shit right.
Okay. So when I say properly made, I mean optimized in the sense that it runs smoothly, where you're not getting a bunch of screen tearing. You can move without the screen feeling like it's like all shaking and juddering and all over the place.
So
throughout the experience.
So a consistent frame timing is what you're referring to.
Thank you. Yes, those are the words I was looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's probably, if you ask me like what matters more, like this particular frame rate or that particular frame rate, throw all that out the door. Realistically, frame rate timing is important. Like, so when a developer puts a hard cap on a frame rate of what they designed their game for, they actually plan that stuff out. They don't land in an accident. So like,
Yeah, that's
so
why
there's,
Red
like,
Dead Redemption at 30 FPS feels amazing.
Because
Exactly.
locked frame rate is always better than open.
That
Yeah,
frame
so-
pacing's nasty.
But you get used to the timing, right? You get used to those windows, and you also will animate something like, because I do a lot of the animation, a lot of the arts side of things, and so you are very intentional on how you make a game look and feel from a visual perspective. But the end goal of any developer realistically is you make the cool shit you can, right? And you try to optimize it down to where people can't notice things. You don't notice it said if I wasn't using an AKA texture. Like I always use like a railing on the side of a staircase, right? Like you don't need an AKA texture on that railing. You may have created one, but you don't need that one in the final game because that eats up all those resources to something you'll never look close enough to see all the rust and the pop marks of the paint and the paint chipping off and all that sort of stuff. So you probably
In the grass.
yeah, well, and grass can matter too as well, resolution. But you also like if you have physics apply to it, maybe you don't have to do it. So like the end goal of these things is this is why I'm very against like places like Digital Foundry and things like that. Is the whole point of a developer is for you to be able to just put all that stuff aside and just play, have fun, enjoy, be wowed for a little bit, if that makes any sense.
No, it does. That does.
That's the goal.
100%, Don. But here's the next question I'm gonna ask you, because this one, and before I do ask that question, I just want to welcome in the legendary Yobi to coming through on the show. He is here right now. Mike is not muted. Bro is here. He's ready to speak. He's just being respectful, letting the Don cook. He's doing his damn thing. Before I do go over to Yobi, I do want to finish asking the Don this specific question, just so we stay on topic. So then Yobi can come in and say whatever he wants to say and not really give a damn whether it's on topic or not. But anyways, so I was asking. I wanted to ask the Don real quick, and make sure you guys please hit that like button. If you're new, subscribe to the damn channel. Please, for the love of goodness, I'm not asking you for any money. I'm asking you to just sub and hit the damn like button. That's all I'm asking. But anyways, the thing I wanted to ask you, Don, is in particular, which Don has his own channel. He is a game developer. Go check out his channel. Hit the like button for him. Go subscribe to his shit. Bro has been out here working for a long time. He needs his respect. Go give him his respect. But anyways, I was going to ask you
his game screens because they're fun.
Yeah, he does a lot of game streams, and he'll sit there and play for a hot minute too.
I see him play for 4 hours once. I was like, what the
okay, but so I wanted to ask you, Don, your whole thought process, because Dorian Gray keeps bringing this up, and I keep hearing it in the field a little bit. What's up with this whole ARM thing?
It's just a different way to do a processor. It's a different standard. It's very low power in regards to that. We don't know what the theoretical limits of doing a processor like that is, because it's still relatively new. The rumor is like when they first introduced like a really small, like weak, powerful ARM chip back in the day.
2015. Well, no, it was 2000.
I don't remember exactly when it was, but they unplugged it and it still was working the demonstration, and they couldn't figure out why, because the residual power, it was pulling residual power from the HDMI cable to power the chip. Just leftover power. That's how efficient it is. So that's why a lot of people like ARM. But we don't really know what the limitations are on it, and so we'll see. And there's a lot of pushback from the development community and hardware providers. There's a group now out pushing out for x86 to continue to push that from both Intel, AMD, Microsoft. There's a whole huge group of people that are pushing for ARM to be, like let's not go the ARM route. Let's go
like dissolve it essentially.
No, I mean ARM's going to be around, but like stick with x86 in regards to that. And I think for the health of the game industry, x86 is still the future, at least for the time being. In regards to that, and the nice thing is, the cool thing is, you can add ARM type processing units on a die, right? So you are not limited. So you could use like a whole entire chips with x86 and find a good use application for ARM on there. And then that's kind of thinking outside of that box, right? Trying to be creative and trying to find a good use case for that sort of stuff. So I think ARM's cool, but I don't think it's the long-term solution. I mean, look at like how gaming is right now. Like the reason why it's scalable and the reason why we've all landed on x86 is because the collective mindset on that is so powerful. Just the human processing of what we can come up with on that from a collective. I think there's way more power just in that alone.
ARM is good for business applications, though.
There's I'm not shitting on ARM. Like there's definitely use cases for it. I'm not a hardware engineer in regards to you just talk to a lot of them. If you know what I mean, like firsthand. In regards to, and there's always use case applications for technology, and there's cool things that come out, but sometimes they don't solidify. ARM's going to be around, obviously, but just where it's going to solidify in the industry, that's the part I don't know.
So do you see, like, I know that you just got done saying x86 is like the jam right now, but do you see at any point like the companies, whether it be AMD, Microsoft, or Intel or whatnot, do you see any of them being like, yo, fuck it, we're going ARM, we're going all in on ARM?
I don't think full. I think there's just going to be use case scenarios for everything. In regards to that, I think it'd be stupid for you to paint yourself in a corner and say, I will never do ARM for this, this, and this. Well, if ARM's good at that and you can integrate it into your die, why don't you do it?
Fair enough.
Yeah, like it'd be dumb. It's kind of like the AI argument that we're having right now, right? There's good use cases for it and there's shitty use cases for it. Right, that's the reason why I'm like, like from the creator perspective, people are always worried about like, oh, AI is going to take over me. I am not even remotely worried. Not even close to being worried.
So I'm not worried either. I'm not worried either at all, to be honest. But I almost feel like maybe I'm slightly being ignorant. Can you tell me why I should maybe be worried about AI other than dumb shit that you see off of like Twitter and shit like that, or like police detective shit, like shit that's not like on unsolved mysteries. Like what other reasons would I actually need to be worried about AI?
Outside of people falsifying stuff, no, I don't think you should be worried about that. Like, it's just we're running into like glass ceiling stuff already with it. People don't realize that, and so it's going to continue to improve, but it's going to be incredibly slow. It's not going to be at the same pace that we've already seen. So it's just one of those things. Like, I think AI is great I'll speak from the art side. It's great for rapid prototyping an idea. Like, say, like I'm talking to a game director, right? And let's just be honest. Some of them are not good at the spoken word, and they don't do art. They don't do music. They don't do these things, right?
Not everybody's supposed to be good at everything. That's fine.
They kind of suck in in some cases, right? Like the end result's great, but like the in between steps are a little bit of a grind. And so, they'll send you on a project and you work on a project for 3 months, and then all of a sudden they change their mind or their idea. Well, if they're fleshing out those ideas, maybe AI is a better tool for them to figure that stuff out. And then when they want the good final shit, give me a call, right? And yeah, it may eliminate a couple like low-level artists, but doesn't mean they can't get better and compete at somebody like at my level or someone else above my level, right? Like it's one of those things. Like, you have to look at these things. Everything's got an application. Everything's got a use. So, like, case of this frame gen, right? If you're at 100 frames and you want to tip the scale to that 120 level, I think it's great. If you're running at 30, you're trying to get over 100 frames, yeah, you're gonna have latency issues. It just depends on what you want to use it for. Like a lot of these things, like a lot of these tools, like FrameGen, DSL, all these like upscaling technologies, they're for getting you to the last mile. They're not meant to do the heavy lifting, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. You're essentially saying that, just like I said about the car theory, like it's a strong car, but it got turbo now.
Yeah.
So now it's a little bit strong. But anyways, okay, Yobi's still here. I thought he left me for a second. Yobi, what's cracking, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, go on ahead, brother. What's cracking?
What's up, y'all? Good morning, good afternoon, all that good shit. Let Don cook. Don know what the hell you talking about. Let him cook. That's all I want to say. Let him cook.
Oh, dude, don't give me that much credit, man.
Really, Don? Do we really want to go there? Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Come on, man. Let Don cook. He know what the hell you talking about. He's like what, the only developer I know. So let him cook. You know what the hell you talking about.
Well, we need to fix that.
What do you need to fix that? You're the only developer I know that I trust that you gave. Yo, Ham, low key. Let me tell you this. Don told me that information about Gears was coming a few years ago, and we got the information years later. He told me about the Mass Effect Legendary Edition without telling me, but he told me, and he was spot on. So man know what he's talking about. So let Don cook.
I see you over here cooking on Starfield, Yobi. You need to relax.
Man, listen, man, I miss my ship, man. I went through the Unity. I keep forgetting I lose everything, so I gotta build my damn ship again, bro.
Speaking of Starfield, hey Don, will Starfield ever have a co-op multiplayer mode?
If the developer decides to, I don't. You gotta admit.
Come on, bro.
Sir, actually,
He asking you to read the future now.
No, like I see the industry through really.
That's not coming to Starfield. That's coming to an MMO.
There are some things you can talk about, and there's some things you can't talk about. How many times have you told us?
Sir X-Men, you're one of those people who think I work at every single studio.
Yeah, but you know
that's not what's happening.
But you know a lot of people in the industry, but you just
do. I do get a Mercury window. That would be one of those things I would chuck it up as please don't share it with me because I don't want to keep your secrets. But no, I haven't heard anything along those lines in regards to that. But no, it's a Mercury window of like certain things you
it's
hear
gonna
and stuff
happen.
like that. But like real specific details like that, that's not something I hear. Just general frustration that people have like in an industry. Then that's when developers start talking to one another or that sort of thing, or challenges we're faced with.
That's what you hear through the grapevine.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, that's gonna happen though. Starfield MMO, that's gonna happen. That's gonna be his very own game.
Man, that's gonna be hot.
Well, and the funny thing is, like back to what Cam was talking about, like with this whole free frames and upscaling and all this sort of stuff. Remember the argument, and Digital Foundry kind of lit the fire on this one, right? But you remember the argument during the Xbox One, PS4 era. What was the argument? Native resolution, right? Now what are we talking about? We're bragging about how we can fake resolutions. So fancier versions of upscaling. We're doing other things to kind of fake the frames in regards to that. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I would say too, the frame gen on, I haven't got a chance to be hands-on with the RTX 50 series, but the frame gen on RTX 50 series can be lower latency than the frame gen that we saw in 40 series. Just because of the technicality of how it works, right? So on 40 series, you have to wait for 2 frames to render. Before it shows you, it has to have those frames buffered, right? and then it extrapolates the information in between those frames and then feeds you those frames, right? And so because of that pipeline, that adds latency to the particular application, or the application, but the overall experience that you're having. So when you're going forward with this, it has 4 frames that they have queued up, but it's not waiting for anything. Does that make sense? It's not waiting for that second real-time render frame to generate that. And then it's also scalable. What people also don't understand is they can do up to 3 frames. Once if you just want to scale it just 1 frame up, or a predictive 1 frame up, you can. And that will be lower latency than what you see on DLSS on the 40 series cards. So in theory, you can do up to 2 frames and still be lower latency than on the predictive rendering than you could on the 40 series. And so that's a win. That's a real win. And so
I got what you said. Let me ask you a question, Don. So, say you got 3 frames in the buffer, but your frame rate is faster, way faster than 60 frames. So it's automatically going to catch up to where you're at in the buffer.
Well, if you put it,
you have higher.
you're talking about like a cap. So like a lot of these in the context of uncapped, if that makes any sense, right? You don't see them locking it at 120. You don't see them locking it on 60s on all these demonstrations, right? They're just doing basically G-Sync, and they're saying, or not, they're just like basically equivalent to FreeSync and G-Sync, right? Where they're just letting the graphics card drive the display, and they're just uncapping it. And so, that's good for demonstration purposes. It shows you what's going on in regards to that. But, the way that you kind of look at these things, you don't want these things to be doing heavy lifting. You want these things to be doing lighter load lifting, where you're falling short of, say, of a particular target or something like that. And that's what I would recommend for, any PC gamer that's doing this. So like, if you're over 100 frames and you have 120 hertz display and you want to run 120, yeah, by all means, run these things. I don't think you're going to notice something. You don't have to go that aggressive either. Don't move the slider all the way over. That doesn't make sense. Use the slider what you need to get you where you need to be. And in this case, it's like less is more sort of thing on quality. So.
Don out here laying down facts. All right. Well, we need to get moving up out of here. I'm happy to let everybody come through here and speak. Remember, I do this show Monday through Friday, starting at 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern, going on until whenever the fuck I'm ready to leave. That's when I do this show, Monday through Friday, 9:30 Eastern until I don't feel like doing it.
Whatever.
But the last thing I wanted to leave you guys off with, if you guys wanted to talk about this, you can. If y'all got a dip, it's cool. But this is just kind of a short way to kind of get the hell up out of here. Wario64, which he's known for, letting everybody know what's going down in gaming on Twitter-X, whatever you want to fucking call it. He says Nintendo will reportedly reveal Switch 2 this week, January 16th, according to Nate the Hate, the same guy that told us Starfield was on the PS5 last year. The same guy that told us all these games on Xbox are going to PlayStation and Nintendo this year. He's also saying January 16th we'll have Switch 2 be actually revealed. I could see that actually happen, but if it didn't happen, I could see that happening too. The reveal will focus exclusively on the console with no games present. That sounds interesting. Software showcase in late February or early March. All right, so what? Okay. So they'll actually like go out and show off I'm guessing the January 16th thing is just going to be kind of like talking about what it is, I guess. VGC says the 2-part reveal plan aligns with what they've been told about the Switch to reveal. So that is from Video Game Chronicle, according to Wario64. Yes, Sir X-Man.
I have a question. Ain't it funny how every time Microsoft announces when their showcase is coming, all of a sudden these pre-announcements before Microsoft comes out, and it never comes out what these other people are saying, and it's only going right to the Microsoft show.
Hey,
Why?
trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
What's up?
Hey, trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro. It's what it is, right? Like, you know, obviously there's always people that have agenda, but people are smart enough to figure that out, and then those are
No,
not.
they're not. Come on,
Well,
dude.
Well, those that are not, they'll figure it out over time, like in regards to that. But I haven't heard any rumors of when they're going to announce any of this sort of stuff. But
Me neither.
it does make sense for Nintendo,
Right.
and just speculation on my part right here. It does make sense for Nintendo to at least talk about the hardware openly at this point because of GDC. You want to be able to do that because that's when all the rumors start breaking out at GDC, right?
Yeah,
'Cause-
all the speculations.
yeah, the loose lips amongst developers talking to one another, right? Oh, you're under the same NDA. Oh, I'm under the same NDA. We can talk. You're keeping all this stuff in. And then that's
one
when
person in the room that said, "Oh, I heard this from this one and this one."
and usually what that has is it's a journalist that's eavesdropping in the background, the fly on the wall, right? So, so for them to get out ahead of, at least from that perspective, it does hold some sense in regards to that. And Microsoft,
Nintendo don't like that shit.
well, Nintendo just does whatever it wants to do.
That's true.
You know, like they do. So I mean, don't be surprised if they just decide, you know what, forget it, we're not going to do it. But then there's also all the third-party leaks that have gone through, and so that leads me to believe that they were under an NDA and there were like some sort of loophole along the lines of like, oh, they were supposed to be able to announce it by now, and they changed their mind, and they're like, well, we're just gonna kind of just let this slip because we don't care anymore. You know what I mean?
Nintendo said, "Let's just get it out of the way and just get it over with."
Well, no, those are third parties, so it's not even Nintendo, right? So people making accessories and stuff like that. So that's where a lot of that stuff is leaking.
Yeah, I saw some of them new accessories. They look good.
Yeah, I mean, think of like iterations like Game Boy.
Right.
I would say you're a gamer, like, and we're talking about upscaling and stuff like that. Like, keep your expectations on check on this. Like, don't, you know, like, I'm not trying to hate on them or anything like that, but, you know, don't set yourself up for disappointment on what Nintendo has done. So,
Sorry about that, Ham.
No, you're fine. I'm just reading because this shit ain't stopping. I'm trying to get out of here, and of course, this news just keeps coming out. Yada yada yada.
Going and going.
So
you know what they call
let me
that?
share this to myself real quick so I can bring it upon the larger screen for everybody else to see.
You know what they call that, Ham? Anything to blunt Xbox and Microsoft. Sorry, but it's true.
yeah, well, there's going to be fans of their favorite platform and not necessarily fans of gaming overall. I mean, that's just how it happens.
Talk about it.
All right, so here's the all right. God, I keep saying the last fucking thing, but here we go again. Here it is. All right, so Wario64 also tweets this out, and this was 17 minutes ago that he said this. He said, or I guess 20 at this point. He said, Windows Central on Xbox Developer Direct. There's also a mysterious fourth game, and I won't spoil what it is, but our sources indicate that it is a new entry in a legendary Japanese IP, which has decades of history and should make a lot of fans happy.
Sounds like Persona.
Persona, but that hasn't been dead for a while.
Ooh, what's that?
Never said it was dead.
Well, like Well, let me reword that properly. They said a new entry in a legendary Japanese IP that has decades of history. So I doubt personally that it'd be something like that'd be something from Atlas, seeing that they just had Metaphor come out. And that was a big deal with respects to everything that this thing just got done saying. Legendary Japanese IP, right?
Yeah,
I just feel like it'd be nuts if Atlas was on that kind of time. If they're on that kind of time, I'm here for
put it past them.
I would love for it to be Lost Odyssey.
If they're on that kind of time, I'm here for it. But I think it's gonna be something that really is surprising. Like Dorian Gray says right here, he said Final Fantasy, which I'm not even gonna give any attention to that. But he said Kingdom Hearts, and that has me like,
That already been announced though, so you
Yeah,
okay, so that's already been announced.
Yeah, they announced that. They announced it with a trailer like a year or two ago.
I'm just gonna go with Ninja Gaiden.
I think that's a good choice.
Hey, I pulled that last week. I said that.
I mean,
how about Dead or Alive? That'd be dope too.
A new DOA? Oh, day one, bye, baby.
Yeah, because it's been a while since a DOA. I mean, I know that was it Ninja? Not Ninja 30. It's
I know what you're talking about.
Team Ninja. Team Ninja. I mean, I know they're doing some adjacent kind of like soul. I hate to use this term, but Souls-like style games. But I don't think they haven't announced anything Ninja Gaiden or Dead or Alive in a long time. It's been a while.
Right.
DOA 6 was the last one.
Yeah, it's just mostly new IPs that you're seeing from, which I like seeing, but none of their traditional stuff I've seen from them. But
What happened if they brought back Condemned?
Oh, Condemned 3. Oh.
there's a lot of Japanese library to choose from. Do you think it's third party, or do you think it's under the Microsoft umbrella?
I think it's going to be third party.
You think third party? That could make sense.
I do, because I think Microsoft's going to save a lot of their first party stuff for the June showcase.
Do you think it's maybe something they funded development for? Maybe
Yes.
not their studio, but like,
Yes.
hey, like we're the publisher, blah blah blah. By doing this, you get dual authentication on Xbox and PC.
I 100%. I'm right there
platforms.
with you, Don. Yes, I do think
Yeah,
that because they're trying to
it's-
get further and further and further into the minds of the Japanese in the Eastern.
Well, the
You know,
Japanese.
there was a rumor about a year and a half ago about a new Riddick in development,
Yeah, but that's not a Japanese IP.
but they might have get. Well, you never know if a Japanese developer is making the game.
It's possible, but Japanese can make games just like anyone here in the U.S. I mean, it's not.
Correct.
Yeah,
It can't be
I'm
Reddit
actually-
because Ben Diesel would have said something by now. He talked too much anyway.
we talking about Arc 2?
No,
What's
he's talking
this?
about, no,
Man,
he's
y'all
talking
leave me
about-
alone
he's
with that
talking
shit.
about New Riddick. He's talking about New Riddick.
Leave me alone. I don't want to talk about Arc.
Riddick. Yeah, Ben Diesel would have said something by now.
God, man, you already talk too much. Just like Yobi just got done saying, they already talked to goddamn it.
All right, guys.
They
I
already
hate to
got me
bounce-
hot. Yeah, I'm already hot. Like this,
Yeah,
I'm
but
expecting
about-
2025 to be miserable when I think about Studio Wildcard.
Thanks for dropping in there, God.
Man, I hate to bounce in and out, but
his videos, man. Go check out his videos.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, I'm almost there. I'm almost at the sweet spot where I can start doing whatever, what they call it, members on the channel. I'm almost there. I'm almost
You
there.
almost
When you streaming again, Don?
Bro,
Yeah, I'm
you
streaming
deserve
it.
it, man. You definitely
I said when.
deserve it, bro.
Today.
All right, I'll stop by.
You
Okay,
popped up in my notification. I joined
My
the
schedule's
chat.
a little erratic right now, guys, so I apologize to anyone that.
Yeah,
tunes
y'all
into
go
my
over there and
channel,
check him
That's
out
okay.
though, and listen to what he has to say and whatnot. Like, bro won't disappoint you. But anyways, I'm about to disappoint you because
All right,
I
guys,
gotta go.
Later.
Peace, brother.
I gotta go. So thanks everybody for sliding through. Sir X Man, Legendary Yobi, the Don. Remember, you guys can come back at any point whenever I'm having this show. keep in mind that's not just exclusive to them. You guys that are participating in the chat right now, or that are listening to this show and not participating in the chat, or maybe watching this after it already had happened, y'all can participate in the show as well just by joining our Discord, or joining this Discord that I have in the link below. And you can come through here whenever I am live and come spit your game, talk your shit and whatnot, and we can have a good time, talk about video games or something else, I guess, if you want to. As long as it's something around gaming and it ain't too far away. I ain't trying to talk about relationship issues and shit like that. Like, I don't care about it. I ain't here to talk about governments or nothing about that. Unless it kind of goes around the tech industry and gaming, I ain't trying to do none of that. Ray T says, not that much, but I appreciate your work. With the $2 super chat Canadian. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ray T, for that. What were you saying, Sir X-Man?
Like when they end TikTok, that should be a topic.
Yeah. That kind of is a topic, because I use TikTok for gaming. So like that's still a gaming conversation for me.
Correct.
But anyways, you guys, it's been lovely. It's been real. I'll see y'all tomorrow, same time, same place. It's your boy Ham Solo. Oh yeah, before I get out of here, man, Don left too early for me to shout him out and give him his opportunity to tell you where to find. You guys can find the Don KTR on YouTube at the Don KTR. Just look him up. He looks like he got a dude in the mafia kind of like outfit, kind of like he just showing from the neck up, and it says the Don. That's him. Check out his channel. Go subscribe. Check out his stream later on. He's supposed to be live a little bit later. Yobi, let everybody know where they can find you, and then you go as well, Sir X-Man, afterwards.
And let me know you on Twitter. That's it. Bye.
There it is.
Ready for me?
Yeah, go.
Well, I was just double checking. But nah, you can find me on with Lemon on Saturdays at 5 p.m. Central on the 108 Dragon Show. And I got an offer to join Noof. He wants me to be on the show, so I might join in. Nukem. I'm gonna start joining them at 8:30 p.m. You know, so other than that, that's about it. Y'all know I drop in the podcast every now and then. That's it.
All right, well, I appreciate you sliding through.
Yeah, Wise Old Gamer on Fridays. That's it.
Man, he got a big ass show. He be inviting me like every week, and I find out there are like 8 people on the show already. I'm like, what the hell you need me for?
It's a wild party, dude.
Yeah, it's so much. So yeah, that's what I hear. I might have to slide in on one of those, but
especially when Lemon get up in the ham. Oh my God,
Lemon, wow, he can be yelling at everybody. But anyways, it's good to talk to you, Sir X-Man. I will talk to you soon, and everybody that's hanging out still in the chat or not in the chat, where the hell you are, if you can hear my voice right now. Thank you so much for sliding through, paying attention, and giving me some of your time. I enjoy being able to speak to y'all. And Sir X-Man, why are you speaking?
I didn't know it was the outro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thanks. I guess. Jeez Louise. But anyways, thank you everybody for sliding through, coming on and watching the show. You know, I'll be here every day during the week, Monday through Friday. You can check me out. I'll be talking about various different things. Just kind of depends on what's happening within gaming and, you know, whatever big news pops on and whatnot. But, you know, never be shy to join the conversation, whether it's through words in the chat or if you want to come in here and actually give me your voice and you know, talk back and forth and actually have a real conversation. I'm always down to talk about most things, especially gaming. But thanks everybody for everything you've done. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, and we'll keep this thing pushing. Y'all have a wonderful rest of the day. It's your boy Ham Solo signing out from TSWS Gaming, letting you know to keep it gaming or keep it moving. Deuces. They said we said